Morning, everybody. Can everybody hear me okay? All right, fantastic. Thank you very much for being here on a chilly, much chillier than it ought to be, April morning. But I wanted to welcome everybody to the second meeting of the Emergency Committee on the Impacts of Federal Workforce and Funding Reductions. I'm David Bulova. I represent the 11th District in the Virginia House of Delegates. For those of you who don't have your numbers memorized, that is the city of Fairfax, parts of central Fairfax County, including the Oakton area. I also represent another great university in Virginia, George Mason University. So that is in my district. Again, thank you for being here. We actually held our initial meeting on February 22nd. It was our last day of the session. And so this is the first of three meetings where we are taking the agenda on the road because we know while Northern Virginia is going to be certainly disproportionately impacted, there's no part of Virginia that won't feel the impacts of the cuts at the federal levels. But given the intertwined nature between Northern Virginia and the federal workforce and how our economy is so reliant on what happens at the federal government, it seemed most appropriate to start our road trip here up in Northern Virginia. Before we get started, Clerk, if you can open the roll for attendance.
Delegate Bloxham?
Here.
Delegate Simon?
Here.
Delegate Watts? Delegate Feggins?
Here.
Delegate Anthony?
Here.
Delegate Cole?
Here.
Delegate Thomas?
Here.
Delegate Tata? Delegate Kent? Delegate Wilt? Delegate Campbell? Chair Bulova?
Here.
Mr. Chair, a quorum is present.
Thank you very much. What I'd like to do first is have our members introduce themselves. And one of the great things about the House of Delegates and being in the General Assembly is that most of us are part-time legislators, and so each of us has our own experience and expertise and lived lives outside of the halls of Richmond. And so I wanted you all to be able to kind of get a sense of who the speaker has appointed to the committee. And so if I could start down here on my right with Delegate Feggins.
Hey, good morning, y'all. I'm Delegate Michael Feggins, representing House District 97 in Virginia Beach. I'm a 20-year Air Force veteran, retired in 2021. This is my first term professionally. I'm a cybersecurity and healthcare professional.
Delegate Joshua Thomas, HD 21 in Western Prince William County. I am a Marine Corps veteran, and this is my first term, and my day job is I'm a commercial real estate attorney.
Good morning, everyone. Delegate Joshua Cole, representing the 65th House District, which is the entire city of Fredericksburg, southern Stafford County, and northern Spotsylvania County. And I'm excited to be here today. And in my regular day-to-day, I'm a pastor and a full-time student at the University of Mary Washington.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Benita Anthony. I represent House District 92, which covers portions of Norfolk and northern Chesapeake. I'm a former engineer, former civil servant, and transitioned to education, spent most of my education career in higher ed. So I'm a university administrator at a higher education institution in Virginia.
Good morning, I'm Vivian Watts. I represent House District 14, which is all of the Annandale zip code and also the Alexandria 312 around Lincoln and Bryn Mawr. I am now retired from a number of consulting jobs as well as CEO of a nonprofit. Most important to say, however, that my family, my husband did the legal work for the National Park Service for 40 years, so I most understand the federal employment situation.
Good morning, Marcus Simon. I represent the 13th House District, which is just up the road in Falls Church and Falls Church areas of Fairfax County. In my day job, I'm a real estate attorney and I've got a local title company. So we're keeping a sharp eye on what's going on in the real estate market as a result of what's happening here as well.
Good morning, Delegate Rob Locks. I represent the 100th, which is the Eastern Shore and a small portion, the northern portion of Virginia Beach. My day job, I have 3 small businesses. We do auto parts, family business. We do car repair. And we also have a small seafood business that we started a couple years ago. Soon to be, my wife is 37 years is retiring from teaching, and soon to be a new owner of a boutique and gift shop. So that'll be the fourth business we'll be running.
Oil change and lingerie, right?
Anything you need.
Good morning. I'm Delegate Ann Farrell Tata. I represent the 99th District, which is the northeast part of Virginia Beach. And my day job, I work in Christian media with our flagship brand, Caleb Radio.
Good morning. I am Hillary Kent, representing House District 67, which includes all of the Northern Neck as well as a portion of Caroline County. And in my day job, I have always worked in business and marketing, and I am with a beverage distributor.
I'm Delegate Tony Wilt, represent the 34th House District, the city of Harrisonburg, and a portion of Rockingham County. Spent 41 years in our family-owned ready-mix concrete business.
Good morning. I'm Ellen Campbell. I represent the 36th House District, which is the city of Stanton, city of Waynesboro, a portion of Augusta County, and a portion of Rockbridge. I've spent more years than I want to tell you in the finance and banking industry, but recently I've been promoted. I had a new grandbaby that was born on the 31st of March. So now I think I'm full-time babysitter.
All right, thank you. Best job ever. Anyways, real proud to have such a talented group of committee members here with us today. Professionally, I work for engineering and environmental consulting firm, and I work in stormwater management and Chesapeake Bay restoration. I know that we have a number of elected officials in the room. I've been trying to keep tabs on them, but I also wanted to thank them as partners as we move forward as a Commonwealth with respect to dealing with federal cuts. If I've missed you, I apologize. And just want to say that I'm grateful for you to be here, but did want to start off with Mayor Aaliyah Gaskins, the city of Alexandria. So thank you so much for being here. Yeah, her city. I believe we have Vice Mayor John Chapman for the city of Alexandria. Oh, just a councilman. We all want to be a vice chair to me, so. Let's see, I know he's going to be speaking later, but we have Fairfax County Board Chair Jeff McKay. Thank you so much, Jeff, for being here. We have two members from the Arlington Board, Maureen Coffey and Matt DeFerranti. So thank you so much for being here. And then we have a number of my colleagues here from the House of Delegates. So we have Delegate Alfonso Lopez. We have Delegate Atusa Reeser. Delegate Laura Jane Cohen, and Delegate Elizabeth Bennett Parker. If you all could raise your hands, and thank you so much for making the trip out here. Did I miss anybody that I'm going to get yelled at later? Oh, Senator Eben. How about that? Senator Adam Eben, who I believe represents this area in the state Senate. So thank you, sir, for being here today. All right. For those of you who weren't at our February 22nd meeting, just wanted to really briefly say a few words about the charge of the committee to set the stage for today and what we're going to be doing for the next couple of months. First of all, I think we all agree that what's happening at the federal level are going to have significant, if not profound, impacts on Virginia. So for the federal workers and contractors who are laid off, they're faced with huge challenges with respect to income loss and also being in an unexpected situation. And so that's an incredible amount of stress that is on those individual families as well as those communities. Second is that the federal cuts are going to have a ripple effect on Virginia's economy. And so we need to be prepared to pivot and fill in that gap before it creates budget shortfalls. And then finally, the federal cuts will absolutely affect our state budget. And so I think we all need to be really cognizant of how that will do that so that we can think through the process of how do we go ahead and deal with that. Appropriations staff during our first meeting had a really powerful presentation, and I know that they laid this out as being preliminary, but I think it's important to reiterate what those numbers were because they give you a sense of the order of magnitude of the challenge that Virginia is facing. So about 30% of our Virginia budget is reliant on federal funds. That's a lot of our state budget, and that percentage is even higher when you're talking about particular issue areas. So 59% of health and human services, 49% of veterans affairs, and 39% of commerce and trade. And so while the General Assembly certainly doesn't have control over the cuts that are happening at the federal level, we absolutely have a responsibility in two areas. So first of all, our Constitution does require us to balance our budget each year. That's a responsibility we take extraordinarily seriously. I know it's a responsibility that our local governments take extraordinarily seriously. And so it's very important for us to understand those impacts and to be able to react and respond appropriately and make sure that we are resilient to potential cuts at the federal level. And then secondly, and I think most importantly, we have a responsibility to those Virginia families as they navigate these challenges. So these are our friends, they are our neighbors, they are our coworkers, they are fellow Virginians, and so we want to be able to do right by them. And so to that end, the speaker has tasked us with the following. So first of all is collecting and analyzing data on the potential scope of workforce and funding cuts, assessing the likely economic and budgetary impacts on Virginia, engaging with stakeholders, including state agencies, businesses, and nonprofits to understand their concerns and gather mitigation strategies, and then providing policy recommendations to the General Assembly to address the challenges proposed by the federal reductions. Before we begin, I just wanted to say a couple of thank yous because this doesn't happen in a vacuum. So first of all, I want to say thank you to Virginia Tech for providing us with this absolutely wonderful facility. This is absolutely fantastic. Go Hokies. I've got George Mason in my district, but I got my master's from Virginia Tech, so I got my bases covered, but really proud of this public institution. To the committee members, I thank you for your time and for your talent and your input into this. I know many of you drove a number of hours away. I only live on the other side of Fairfax City. It still took me an hour and a half to get here, so I kind of put myself in that category. But thank you for what you're doing. To all of our presenters, I just want to thank you for sharing your expertise. We couldn't do this without you weighing in on what kind of mitigation strategies that we as Virginians might put into place. For our appropriations staff, David Reynolds and Kim McKay, who from day one not only said that they would do this, but did it with zeal and gusto, and they've just been absolutely invaluable with respect to their time and resources. To our clerks staff, and particularly Kathy, thank you so much for the logistics. I know doing this outside of our Richmond bubble can be difficult and time consuming, but really appreciate you doing that. And then I want to thank everybody in this audience and everybody who has provided comments online. That is going to be the data that we take in that is ultimately going to be brought out as findings and recommendations. And so if you haven't had a chance to provide written comments, we do have a portal that allows for that. We'll get a little bit of a taste today of what kind of feedback we're getting, but that is really, really critical to our work. We can't read minds, and so if you have ideas or issues or things that you want us to consider, please make sure you're submitting that. And so with that, why don't we get started with our agenda? We're going to start off with presentations from the Weldon Cooper Center out of the University of Virginia. So we're getting everybody covered, and they're working really hard to make sure that we understand the breadth and depth of these impacts. And what I've been really impressed about is their ability to be able to crunch the numbers and to be able to do modeling really, really quickly as things change. So anyways, thank you so much, and ready for our first presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. It's a privilege for us to be here and to speak to you all. In the time we have allotted, my colleagues, Joanna Fiera and Terry Reppin and I will provide a bit of an overview of the federal workforce in Virginia. We'll also take a look at federal contracting in Virginia. And we'll put these two data points together and try to provide a bit better understanding of the potential economic impact of federal workforce reductions here in Virginia. I think, though, to better understand trends in Virginia, I think it's worthwhile to look at the national numbers as shown in this chart here. The top line showing full-time federal civilian employees in the US over the last few decades, and the bottom line showing active duty armed forces members stationed in the US. There has been some fluctuation over time, particularly with the declines during the Clinton administration. A lot of those cuts were on the defense end, but they also affected most agencies in the federal government during the 1990s. But after that, you can see in that top line, we had fairly steady growth in the number of federal employees nationally, particularly during the financial crisis and the Great Recession. And then more recently, we've seen fairly strong growth. According to the Census Bureau, just between 2019 and 2023, there were an additional 500,000 Americans who reported working for the federal government. So fairly strong numbers there. Armed forces have fluctuated a little bit depending on employment, but that's been fairly flat over the last couple of decades. When you look at the same numbers for Virginia as seen in this chart, you see a pretty similar trend of steady growth with civilian employees and armed forces deployment being fairly flat in Virginia. A couple points that I think to note. One is what happened during the 2010s. Federal civilian employment in Virginia was essentially flat. This coincided with the federal budget sequestration. There was a fairly significant economic slowdown, and that coincided with the first shift Virginia experienced since World War II, having more people going out of the Commonwealth than coming in. More recently, when you look at towards the end of that chart, you can see that we have seen growth in the number of federal employees living in Virginia, but it's been weaker than we've seen nationally since 2019. What's interesting is if you coincide that, look at this data for neighboring states, North Carolina, Tennessee, West Virginia, you see much stronger growth in the number of federal civilian employees. When you go through this data a bit more, one thing you seem to see is that with the increased workplace flexibility, more hybrid remote work over the last few years, we have seen is more federal civilian employees leaving the DC area, going to nearby states where the cost of living is a bit lower. As I understand, in the first meeting, there was some confusion about what is the best number to estimate the number of federal civilian employees in the U.S. And we spoke with the Metropolitan Council of Government a bit about this. And we both agreed that if a single number were to be used for federal civilian employees, it'd be the number in bold, 321,516. That's from the 2023 5-year American Community Survey. That's full-time year-round. It doesn't include part-time. It may not include some new hires, and it doesn't include armed forces. It would include DoD staff, defense staff, but not actual deployed troops. If you put all that together, you get closer to 500,000. But if you want a single number for civilian employees, it's that 321,000. These tables show there are a lot of different data sources for the number of federal workers, and that can lead to some confusion. One limitation many have is that they're focused on the place of work rather than where they actually live. Virginia has far more people who live in the Commonwealth but commute out and work somewhere else. If you think about Northern Virginia, it's a suburb of Washington, D.C., but it's also Virginia's largest region. It's the wealthiest region. It's where most taxable income in Virginia is located. So where people live, I think, matters more than if we're just simply looking at where they work. And that's why we'd recommend looking at the American Community Survey data if we're going to use any of them at all. When you use this data from the Census Bureau's American Community Survey, it's the largest survey conducted annually in the U.S., and compare Virginia with other states, what you see is that Virginia is essentially tied with California in having the most federal civilian employees in the country. California has about 5 times Virginia's population, so the impact of federal civilian employment in Virginia is much larger. That percentage above Virginia shows the percent of Virginia's overall workforce that's employed by the federal government in the civilian capacity. It's 1 in 10 Virginians. That's the second highest rate in the country after Maryland. When you look at the same data from the Census Bureau's American Community Survey by locality in Virginia, as seen in this map, you can see the concentration of federal civilian employees in Northern Virginia, Hampton Roads. About half of federal civilian employees living in Virginia live in Northern Virginia, about a fifth live in Hampton Roads. But when you go outside of these two Virginia's largest metro areas, well, one thing you see is that the share of the workforce in most localities in Virginia that is employed by the federal government is higher than the national rate. In 9 of 11 congressional districts, there's an above average share of Virginians employed by the federal government compared to nationally. And also in 9 of 11 of Virginia's congressional districts, federal employees earn more than the rest of the country. So the federal workforce in Virginia is spread out far beyond Washington, D.C., and Hampton Roads, and it also has an outsized economic impact. One of the reasons why federal employees in Virginia have such an outsized impact beyond just their number is, if you look at some of their characteristics, this chart shows us the share of the workforce or their educational attainment rate for federal civilian employees living in Virginia compared to Virginians as a whole. They tend to have much higher educational attainment rates, about twice a share have graduate degrees as Virginians as overall. They're also compared to federal workers in the rest of the country much more likely to work in senior positions as well. They're more likely to work in occupations that are high demand, STEM fields, computer science as well. When you think about these types of workers here in Virginia nationally, workers that are highly educated, work in computer science and STEM fields, tend to be in high demand. There's a low unemployment rate for them. They also tend to be very mobile as a result of that. One last statistic to think about is, if you look at federal civilian workers who live in Virginia, only 28% were born in Virginia, DC, or Maryland. The vast majority are from outside the region altogether. If you look at the rest of Virginia's workforce, about half are born here. So it's a fairly different population, much more mobile, much more educated. And now my colleague Gerald Fier is going to talk a little bit about federal contracting in Virginia.
Thank you, Hamilton. Thank you all. Another dimension of the relationship that Virginia's economy has with the federal government is definitely federal contracts. So we look at 1 year data of federal contracts across the U.S. And basically, Virginia, with $109 billion, ranks first in the U.S. So it's the state in the U.S. that has more federal contracts. When you look at per resident, that means that 12,000 the federal contracts were 10,000 per resident in Virginia, making the first also in both in absolute and relative terms. So for every $7 spent by federal contracting, one is spent in Virginia. This money, this $109 billion, is split across all the industries. A big part of it goes to the professional, scientific, and technical services. This is consultancy services, lawyers, accountants, but it's a lot of technical services that are provided. Then we have finance and insurance. It's a wide set of services, but a lot of health insurance. And manufacturing, of course, ship manufacturing. So this is part of this $109 billion. When we see at the agencies that perform these contracts, 2 in every $3, so more or less 66% is of these federal contracts in Virginia are spent by the Department of Defense or the Veteran Affairs. Of course, 1/3 is also, which is still $30 billion, is sprawled across all other agencies. When we look at the geographical location, we basically allocated 62% of this all federal contracting to the Nova area, but also 16% are spent in Hampton Roads, of course, part of where the ship manufacturing is located. But when we look at county by county or city by city, then we see that the federal contracting is actually sprawled across Virginia. And we have cases like Spotsylvania County, Radford City, King George County, which are not exactly in any of these regions and are more rural areas, but these are the kind of how the spending sprawls across Virginia. When we convert these $109 billion in terms of direct jobs, doing the conversion in terms of revenue and jobs, we basically estimated that 441,000 jobs in Virginia are directly dependent on federal contracts. These are partially, of course, as part of the expenditure is also located there, professional, scientific, and technical services, but they are again sprawled across all the industries in the Commonwealth. We take a look on this exercise also to the role of federal spending in local government. And we basically could understand that $4.4 billion of federal government is allocated to local government in Virginia. This corresponds more something around 10% of all local government revenues, which would correspond in the end to 35,000 jobs in local governments that are directly associated with federal contracting in the Commonwealth. So when you put all these numbers together, Hamilton's numbers, in terms both of federal civilians and armed forces, we added also here part-time jobs in federal civilians, and the federal contracting jobs that are dependent on the federal government, we end up estimating that all these workers together make up 16.1% of all full and part-time jobs in Virginia. And now my colleague Terry Rappan will continue with economic impact analysis.
My colleagues talked about the past and the present, and I'm going to talk to you about the future. And some of this is a bit speculative, but it is based on what we know at present, and we know that target is constantly changing. And some of it reflects work that we did 4 weeks ago. We might do it a little bit different now, but you're seeing most of these numbers for the first time. One thing we need to put into context is, well, what's the federal government doing? What are they doing in terms of civilian employment reductions in force? What are they doing in terms of reductions in federal contract spending? We have some numbers for the workforce reduction in federal civilian employment. And this slide that you're seeing here rests about 240,000 jobs. This is based on administration officials, what they've said. It's also a tally provided by Government Executive Magazine of what those officials have said. And since this slide was created last week, there's been an announcement that there's also 100,000 additional jobs in USDA that isn't added to that. So you're talking about something in the neighborhood of 350,000 people. And Hamilton's number was about nationwide, about 3.5 million. So that's about 10%. When we look at Virginia, we know nothing really surprising in this graph. We all know that national security is what Virginia specializes in. And this graph simply demonstrates that. And consequently, when you looked at the previous slide, you saw Veterans Affairs, you saw DOD heavily represented in those employment reductions. So, Virginia is probably looking at something a little bit more severe than the nation at large, if it is spread across the agencies proportionately. So here are some economic impact model runs that we did. And like I said, we did this a while ago. And so our scenarios were 1%, 5%, and 10%. And so we're probably not looking at 1% anymore. We know that. We're probably not looking at 5%. We're probably looking at about 10% as the baseline. And so maybe if we were to redo this again, maybe we would be doing 10 and 15, 20, who knows. But I'm going to focus on the 10% reduction here when I talk about these numbers. So with a 10% reduction by place of work, it would result in the direct loss of 10,000 federal civilian jobs. Now, when that spending on workers those workers are unemployed, they don't have jobs anymore, that has a multiplicative effect on the economy immediately. And for the federal civilian jobs, that multiplier is about 2.2. So you see that the total Virginia employment loss would be closer to 40,000 jobs. And so what are those lost jobs? And well, they're jobs that provided inputs to those, the people that sold the paper and the paper clips, the utilities. There are folks that depended on the income of those workers, retail stores, Walmarts, and so forth. On the federal military side, that 10% reduction would be about 13,000 jobs. The multiplier effect would be about 2.8. And that's larger than the federal civilian job because your federal civilian job is typically an office worker. Federal military job is associated with a lot of procurement spending. Think of F-35 versus an office building. You've got, a lot of supplies and equipment to go in the repair and maintenance of that piece of aircraft. And they're well-developed supply chains, so that really reverberates more so in the economy. In terms of GDP, just for your reference point, Virginia has about $750 billion GDP. So each of these reductions would equate to about 1% of the economy. And so that gives you an idea of the proportions that we're dealing with that 10% reduction. It's pretty significant, and it's significant in terms of the expected job growth that we're anticipating for this year, this calendar year. Okay, the committee also asked, we received a list of questions that you all had about the federal reductions, and so we did another run of an 8% reduction in DoD employment. And so we ran this both as civilian and civilian plus armed forces. You can see the numbers there. Again, so that multiplier is in between 2.2 and 2.8. It's about 2.5. And the loss with the civilian and armed forces is a little bit more than 1%. So I just want to sum up what my colleagues and I have said here. And first of all, Virginia has a very high concentration of federal employment, about 10%, according to Hamilton's figures. More than every other state but California, and proportionally less than Maryland, which was 13%. Virginia's 10%. The federal workforce is highly educated, high income, concentrated in national security. So it's going to have a disproportionate effect on Virginia. And the fact that they're making more money, that increases that multiplier effect because that's spending that comes out of the economy. Federal jobs and contracting are about 16% of all full-time and part-time jobs in Virginia. And as I concluded with my future scenarios, that's going to have a significant impact on the Virginia economy moving forward. Thank you very much. And we'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you very much. And we definitely do have a few minutes for questions from members of the committee, if we have any. Delegate Simon.
So, Mr. Chairman, I guess I have two questions. One is, it seems to me that one of the things we've noticed about our federal workforce, I think we've said they're highly educated and very professional. And I suspect fairly well compensated as far as federal employees go. And maybe you guys aren't the right folks to answer this question, but we've heard that one of the answers to this reduction of force is, well, there's plenty of other jobs in Virginia. There's plenty of other vacant jobs. Do you have any sort of sense of how these jobs compare to what's available? I think some of the anecdotal stuff is suggested that the available civilian jobs are really sort of the underfills for the people that are leaving their jobs. I suspect also we have a lot of fairly senior people, in pretty high GS classes they're losing their jobs and things like that. So do you guys have any thoughts about whether the replacement jobs that have been touted are actually good replacements for the folks that we're losing?
Right. We haven't looked at that issue yet. It involves, actually, one of my colleagues worked for Chamorro Economics, and they have a tool that allows you to actually look at the vacancies in an organized way to see how they match with things like layoffs. And it would be a great thing to do, a follow-up sort of exercise to be able to do that analysis. But we don't really know right now. It relies on like web scraping of what job notices and things like that. And it really is a powerful tool. But unless, Hamilton, you have anything to add there about that?
Just a fairly macro point that if you look at the wage level for federal employees living in Virginia and compare them with private sector workers, the gap between them is the largest you find with any state in the country. So there may be some matchup, but it's probably more difficult to make that matchup happen in Virginia than just about any other state you'd find in the country.
Sure, follow-up question?
You have Delegate Simon.
So one more question. It's a follow-up. It's sort of a different question. I do residential real estate, so my numbers are usually smaller. So I just have an issue with the GDP. So you say the loss of GDP loss is minus it's like 7.382. Are those millions, billions, trillions?
No. They're billions, yes.
So we're talking about a loss of $7 billion in GDP. Is that?
That's correct.
Okay. And do we have any idea when we're doing budgeting, what is $1 billion worth of GDP worth as far as state revenue is concerned? In other words, if we lose $7 billion in GDP, is there a shortcut for us to figure out how many million, again, can you order of magnitude of millions we're losing as far as state revenue? Because that's a big part of our charge here.
We have done estimates. We do have estimates, but we know that also the Department of Taxation is also done some tax estimation as well. And we think that they probably, we do sort of back of the envelope based on our model estimates, but I think they might be the more authoritative source of that information. I mean, I could throw out some numbers.
With that, all those caveats about the quality of the numbers, I'd like to hear what your back of the envelope.
Okay. Yeah, our back of the envelope estimate from the federal civilian job loss of 10% was something on the order of $250 million state budget impact.
That's annually?
That is for FY25.
Thank you, Delegate Salmon. Any more questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Delegate Watson, and then Delegate Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess one of my questions is, are you factoring in early retirement? I understand that there's a large portion of the federal employment could actually retire early. And would that mean that they would leave, or they would then draw their salaries out of the federal retirement program? Is that
right? No, we treat it as the same as we would a plant shutdown. I mean, that these are prematurely, they're going before they want to, and it's reduction. But yeah, that would have a somewhat mitigating impact.
And then the follow-up question. It looks like that we're mirroring with the reduction similar to what in the Clinton administration, I think they had a $300,000 to $400,000 worth of job reduction. It looks like we're kind of mirroring what happened in the past. Is that a fair analysis of where we're looking at? We might be hitting.
A lot of that was federal military, but I guess we're looking at similar numbers. Hamilton, do you want to address that?
I think that when you look at the Clinton administration, we have those numbers right now. It's still not 100% clear what's going on. It does seem that maybe one big difference was the Clinton administration was much more military focused. So when you looked at what happened in Virginia, it had a big impact on the Hampton Roads area. Northern Virginia grew at the same rate during the 1990s as it did during the 1980s. So the impact of that on the macro level was more minimal. Could be this time around, it might be the reverse. I think there are some parallels, but it seems like the focus is different, maybe where the cuts are, at least so far.
Delegate Will. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in your figures, do you, kind of going along, I think, with Delegate Bloxham's first question, so your numbers are on the assumption that all these folks are getting laid off, they're not going to get rehired. I mean, so have you figured that in? Well, they're going to get another job. We know about the jobs available in the state. So there's got to be an offset there somewhere, I would think.
Delegate, well, our simulation, we just showed the first year. And so we don't, we have other slides that show a slow recovery process where, people do get jobs, but there's also a tremendous amount of out-migration as well. So people do find jobs, but it's not like 100% immediate. You ramp up to where you were before. There's a gradual process of sort of like recovery. But you're correct, and that process does occur.
We got a couple of people in the queues. I'm going to start with Delegate Watts and then go to Delegate Tata and then Delegate Campbell. I did want to ask a question following on that. And to what degree can you or will you be able to model mobility? And so I think that's kind of an important part of this is that this is a mobile group that might not necessarily stick around for a year to find a job that has a commensurate salary or is a good fit. I guess it was startling to me. I was at an event at Union Station in DC, and they've already got the posters up there from New York City inviting people to come
and relocate there. And so I'm curious whether you're able to model that, whether you're starting to see any trends with respect to that talent just jumping ship from Virginia and going elsewhere.
Well, we are capable of disaggregating that data from our model and showing that we can show what the model shows. As far as what's going on currently, it's probably the best guy to answer that, what the migration data are showing.
Well, I think that there probably are two separate things happening. One is this idea that maybe this is like what we saw during the federal budget sequestration or something more severe where we saw a shift of people moving out of Northern Virginia. The shift Virginia had then was basically the equivalent of what you found in an oil state when oil prices go down. There was an exodus very, very quickly with the slowdown in federal hiring. I mentioned briefly, though, that one thing that might counteract that is that Virginia didn't see much growth in federal employment in the last few years. It seems as if a lot of that was because people accepted federal jobs that didn't work in Northern Virginia. They worked in West Virginia, Tennessee, North Carolina, with workers being ostensibly called back to the office. And if that actually goes through, we could see some of that being countered by more federal employees living out of state coming back in. It might counter some of that.
Thank you. All right, so we've got in the queue Delegate Watts, Delegate Tata, Delegate Campbell, and is there any other last questions? And then Delegate Thomas, and then we'll go ahead and move on to the next one. Delegate Watts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, a clarification and then a comment. Clarification, the estimate that was thrown out of 250 million, that was just civilian employees?
That's correct. That's based on the 10% reduction by place of work. So it looks at just one aspect. It doesn't consider the contract spending or anything else.
I appreciate that. Again, once a number is put out there, I want to make sure that's only a part of the picture. It is not the contractors. It is not the military employees. My comment, my request then, certainly in the future, I would, the tax department should have records of payroll deductions and what is happening in the various payroll deductions, and we should be able to track some of that with much more clarity, which I think will also help when we're talking about civilian employees in this area where you tend to have those that are at professional and management levels, and the impact on Virginia's economy from that high income will be very important rather than just the raw numbers.
All right, Delegate Tata.
Thank you. I need to, and you may have answered this with Delegate Wiltz's question, but when you were talking about the multiplier effect on the economic impact, were you calculating this, that these workers would be out of work for a year? And because some of them, do you make adjustments for those that do get jobs right away?
No, it's the model is based on annual data. It's in that respect, it's somewhat limited. It's not monthly or quarterly. So
these
the
would be
adjustment
people that are out of for a year, unemployed for a year.
Delegate Campbell.
So, thank you. So on slide 21, I think I heard this correct. I just want to make sure that I understood it correctly. You talked about that we're not at the 1% reduction, that we're not at the 5% reduction. Do we know exactly where we are?
No, we don't know exactly where we are, but I would argue that we're somewhere in the neighborhood of the 10% reduction based on statements that have been made. But we know that some of that is sort of being contested in the political arena and the courts and so forth. So where that eventually adds up, where it ends up, we don't know for certain.
Delegate Campbell.
And thank you for that. And I do know, I understand that completely. But I'm wondering, do we have an idea of as of right now? We're not at 1, we're not at 5.
Yeah, I would probably exclude those scenarios where something in the neighborhood of 10 seems to be where we are now. That's my best guesstimate based on the information available. Delegate Campbell.
So currently we're at 10%, you think, reduction already?
I think that is a reasonable assumption.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Delegate Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I just want to make sure I have my facts right and maybe a point of distinguishing the comparison. I appreciate the Clinton administration comparison, but it's my understanding that that was over a drawdown over a period of 4 to 5 years, whereas here we're looking at a drawdown of 4 to 5 months, which is decidedly a bit more violent in time. And so I just want to make sure I'm understanding that distinguishing point between the Clinton drawdown and the ones that we're facing here in the Trump administration. I think you're getting a nod.
For the record, the writer has yes.
Not a nod. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, thank you. Thank you very, very much. Again, we really appreciate the expertise you brought to the table. I know you're going to be partners throughout the process that we're looking at. And so thank you for your presentation today. Very valuable.
Thank you.
Next up, we have a series of speakers who are going to talk about regional perspectives on workforce impacts. Again, I just want to thank all of the people who are here to lend their expertise on behalf of their organizations. I think, for my committee here, make sure that you're paying attention. I've asked each group or presenter to not only present what those impacts are, but also to provide recommendations for what we as a General Assembly could do, both in terms of budget and legislation, in order to be able to mitigate those impacts. And so just remember, at the end of our meeting today, we do have a member roundtable. And so you use this as an opportunity to kind of pick up on what you think would be most useful for us to be able to run with as a General Assembly. I am going to have Chairman Jeff McKay be our first speaker. Chairman McKay, thank you so much for being here. And I know that you very sadly have to be at the funeral of one of our fallen firefighters, but really appreciate you being here with us this morning.
Sure. Thank you very much, Delegate Bulva, and thank all of you for your attention. I was looking at my binder here on the way in and appreciating the name of this group, which is Emergency Committee on the Impacts of Federal Workforce and Funding Reductions, because this is an emergency. It's a very serious issue that requires a very serious response. Last week, I was at an event where we were meeting with some of our local chambers, and Dr. Terry Clower, who I know many of you know from George Mason University, probably best characterized it when he described this as something that has the biggest economic effect on the Commonwealth of Virginia in anyone's lifetime. And so this is big. And I'm going to share some numbers with you. I'm going to share what we're doing at the local government perspective, and then I'm going to share with you some ideas, as were mentioned, of things that frankly, the General Assembly can do to help us. But before I start, I want to thank my fellow local elected officials who are here. As you might surmise, we've been working on this for the past couple months, almost from day one of this administration. We've been assessing what the impacts are, not just on our local economies, but overall on the Commonwealth of Virginia. And I appreciated the conversation about the various numbers, because the one thing that we have learned is nobody knows the exact numbers. But let's not debate the numbers precisely, because they're all huge. They're huge. And so when you hear a little discrepancy in the numbers, let's factor in the magnitude of what we're talking about, because the most conservative numbers I have are huge. And I want to make sure that sinks in. Just in terms of federal workforce, the question came up about where are we now? And I don't think anyone us knows the official number, but I will say that the initial federal civilian unemployment claims in DC, Maryland, and Virginia for the first 13 weeks of 2025 have surpassed the total annual claims for the year 2023 and 2024 combined. That shows you how rapidly this is moving. Virginia passed total new 2024 new federal unemployment civilian claims by the end of March. 385 versus 277, just to put a number on that. And we've just begun. We know that number lags significantly behind when actions are actually taken. In terms of federal government, we know there are 80,000 residents just in Fairfax County that work for the federal government. That doesn't include a myriad of contractors, subcontractors, all the other industries that are affected. That is literally 80,000 federal government employees just in our county alone. And we know when we look at that regionally, that number is quite a bit higher. We have at-place employment numbers. So these are where the jobs are located. Not all the residents may live in our jurisdiction or may live in Virginia, but we know that there are 28,000 physical federal jobs located just in Fairfax County, and there are 45,000 military, civilian, and DoD contractors at Fort Belvoir alone. Fort Belvoir is Fairfax County's largest employer and more than 2.5 times the size of the Pentagon now. The numbers are staggering in the growth there. We are aware that we have over $41 billion in contract awards coming to our private sector in Fairfax County. And we also are aware that over 100 contracts in Fairfax County have already been canceled by the end of February. In fact, just the other day, we heard from MITRE who are laying off 442 private sector contract positions effective June 3rd. And that's just a tiny snapshot of the contract impact here. When you look at contracts overall, as we saw earlier, Virginia is the #1 state in the country. We are more impacted by this than any other state in the United States. What we've been doing at the local level is we've been providing a lot of resources for our federal employees. Fairfax County created and designated the first resource hub on our county website for our federal workforce. Shortly after we did that, we requested through Governor Youngkin on February 18th that the same thing be done for the Commonwealth of Virginia. And I'm happy to see that the governor did create a full hub of the state's resource available to our federal workforce. We sent a letter on March 4th to the governor, sharing with him some of the numbers I'm sharing with you here, and asking him to please step in and try to help save Virginia's economy here, following up on the Dr. Flower comment. We wrote to you, our General Assembly leaders, and the governor asking to boost unemployment insurance funding for people who have lost their job. And we thank the General Assembly for adopting a higher amount. As you all know, you originally passed a $100 increase in the weekly benefit. The governor amended that bill to include a $52 increase, and the General Assembly adopted his amendment. And we are grateful for that, but I think all of you know, and certainly the people from Northern Virginia know, you cannot live off of that amount of money. And so the other thing that we've been doing in concert with the EDA, Northern Virginia, NVRC, some of the other organizations in Northern Virginia, is we've been posting for a while before this started the number of vacant jobs in Northern Virginia. And I remember going around telling people, this is great. Before this administration, we had 150,000 available jobs in Northern Virginia looking for people to fill those jobs. Number one reason employers said those jobs weren't being filled is because people couldn't afford to live in Northern Virginia. That was the problem then. That was 150,000 jobs on a regular basis. When we look at that number today, it's 47,000 jobs in Northern Virginia, which is over a 50% reduction, and 24,000 jobs in Fairfax County, which is over a 50% reduction just since February. Those jobs didn't get filled. Those jobs got deleted from the available jobs in Northern Virginia. Many of them were federal contractors, no longer need those positions because they don't foresee getting contracts in the future. And so while one might look at that number and say that's a good number, it's a terrible number because we lost half of the available jobs in Northern Virginia just in a matter of 2 months. And we have been tracking that number for years leading up to January of this year. We tasked our Economic Development Authority to conduct an economic analysis, independent third-party analysis, so that we can be best prepared to continue to respond to this evolving situation. They're going to be giving our board later today a full briefing of that, and I will happily provide that to this committee. But to give you a couple snapshots of it, and this goes back to some of the numbers you were talking about earlier, we asked that they look at 3 different scenarios. One was a 10%, one was a 20%, and one was a 30% federal government workforce reduction, and what that would do to our economy here in Northern Virginia. It did assume, this is a well-recognized number, 2.48 contractors per federal employee. So when we talk about the private sector hit here, it could be potentially far larger than the federal government number, and that's a regularly used number in government contracting. It also assumes the reduction in this workforce is permanent. I can talk a little bit about that in a moment. But again, the ranges are between 10 and 30%. When you look at those numbers, the number of jobs, direct job losses, are between 28,500 and 85,500. The ripple effect job losses in economic activity in Fairfax County alone, we think about all the subcontractors and all the other positions. On the low end, 41,257. On the high end, 123,772. That amounts to between 10 and $30 billion in total economic output loss as a result. The tax revenue impact for Virginia on the low end, we're estimating 163 million to as much as $500 million. To Fairfax County alone, we're estimating 110 million to 330 million. So it gives you order of magnitude of what the numbers are that they're looking at. These revenue numbers include payroll, corporate profits, sales and use, property, and other state and local taxes. And this is one of the reasons why my local government friends here have been paying so much attention to this, because it's a huge potential fiscal impact to the counties of Northern Virginia. Some recommendations for you to consider. And I have given each of you, we sent out in advance a chart, detailed information with some detailed recommendations. You'll hear some other recommendations from some of my colleagues later. But these recommendations really fall into two categories: health and human service recommendations and then economic development recommendations. On the health and human services, we have two recommendations relating to child care and the child care subsidy, and that is to temporarily increase paid absences from 60 to 180 days. That policy was put in place during the pandemic to support child care providers, because I'm hearing from a lot of child care providers that they may have to close their businesses. Their workers are no longer bringing kids to the child care because they don't need that at this point in time. Currently, child care subsidy rates are based on daily attendance and provide a maximum of 60 days a year that children can be absent. And child care providers, of course, are going to see an increase as people lose their jobs. In addition, delay the implementation of the 90-day limit for a job search as a qualifying activity for an absence. Currently, the eligibility criteria for child care subsidy includes job search as a qualifying activity for 12 months. We're secondly asking for housing assistance. Housing is, by all measure, the #1 expenditure of people in Northern Virginia. We're asking that we establish a housing assistance fund for homeowners and renters who lose their job due to federal actions. This, again, similarly modeled after the program that was administered during the pandemic, that was so helpful in keeping people in their homes and not losing their shelter. And those numbers, I can tell you, made a huge difference in Northern Virginia and helped people bridge getting to that next job, whatever that next job is. It is way more difficult to get another job when you're at threat of losing your housing or don't have housing. So this is a significant need. We're also asking for help with utility assistance. During the pandemic, there was a temporary moratorium to prevent utility companies from shutting off service due to non-payment for homeowners and renters. We think a similar program could be put in effect quite easily. And lastly, on health and human services, support for our community-based organizations. I just met with a whole gaggle of them last week. Our faith-based groups, nonprofits, they're getting flooded already with help requests from residents who need assistance. And many of their donors are federal government employees who are not making donations to these nonprofits right now that are providing critical emergency services to residents. So any additional support for nonprofit, faith-based community organizations that support vulnerable people will be really helpful right now. And I would add that local governments are a backbone for many of those organizations with regard to funding. But when we look at the type of funding reductions that we are forecasting at a local government level over the next couple of years, it will be impossible for us to fill that void. The revenue just will not be there to do that. And I mentioned a lot of these things that happened during COVID because I'm often asked this question. I tell people what we're facing here is far worse than COVID. COVID was an international pandemic that was affecting everyone. This is something that is acutely affecting Virginia and Northern Virginia. We got through COVID because we had a lot of federal support. We will get no federal support with this. In fact, it is federal actions that are causing these challenges. And so that's why we take this as a much more larger emergency than even the health pandemic. There are some recommendations on economic development. Real quickly, Fairfax has a Talent Up initiative that's been very successful. We think it could be expanded to be a regional initiative in Northern Virginia, but we can't do that without a state investment. And this incentivizes employers to expand their talent pools by funding wages and workers' compensation for paid internships, customized to their business needs. The Talent Up also leverages Virginia public workforce system and the resources that are available to Virginia job seekers. And this is really important. They've been flooded with activity. And then quickly, two things: adapt and transform. We think the state could encourage R&D and commercialization in certain target industries like space and AI. Many of these people losing their jobs are highly educated, highly sophisticated people. And we believe that industries like commercial space, transformative innovation enablers such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, supercomputing, things like this can be a possible job opportunity for many of these folks. And certainly if we could get some state incentives to boost that up, that would be helpful. And then lastly, we're asking that a center be established in Northern Virginia so that actually establish a center to solidify Northern Virginia as a global competitor in sectors such as commercial space and quantum. I mentioned that before, but we need to make sure that all these programs we're operating can be accessible to as many people as possible. And right now, the ones that we have are not even meeting the demand of these early job reductions. And then I want to close by sharing two very quick stories with you. One, we recently had with Congressman Don Beyer a job fair right around the corner from here, and it was heartbreaking. It was heartbreaking because on a Saturday morning, you had people who had been public servants for decades. I recall very clearly talking to someone who had worked for the NIH on health research, was a doctor, PhD, who lost their job. There is not another job out there that we could identify that would fit the talent level that individual had. And she was spending her Saturday morning after working to the federal government, after working, toiling for years on a Saturday morning, searching for what her next job would be at the end of her career. And she had her kids there with her, and she said they don't know, what tomorrow is going to bring. So there are mental health challenges associated with this too. And then lastly, there was a conversation about retention and these people, will they stay in Virginia? The first call I got after the first list of reductions that came out from USAID was from my sheriff in Fairfax County, Sheriff Kincaid. And she called and she said, Jeff, I'm losing the most important employee in the sheriff's office. And I said, how can that possibly be? And she said, well, I'm losing my public health nurse in the adult correctional facility. The hardest job to find somebody to take. And she said, you know why I'm losing it? Because her husband lost his job at USAID and they're now moving to North Carolina. The jobs that we are losing here are the salary leaders of many of these households. They're the reasons people are here. When the principal breadwinner loses their job, we are going to collaterally lose a whole bunch of other public servants, including law enforcement, public health, teachers, people whose salaries are secondary to the predominant job that is in a household that allows people to afford to live here. So the answer to the question on retention is, you better believe we're going to lose a lot of people in Virginia when this happens, because those who are close to retirement will move somewhere cheaper to live. And we're going to lose a lot of other employees. And a lot of these jobs are ones that are hard to fill. And that number shows up nowhere in any of this data. But this is not hypothetical. This is real. These are real accounts of what's happening in Northern Virginia. And so I appreciate the time to be able to share that with you. We did, as I said, give you a copy of some of the things we think that the General Assembly can immediately do to help address some of these issues, but please take seriously that when we compare these programs to what happened during COVID, we had extraordinary economic recovery after COVID. We had more jobs in Fairfax County in 2023 than we had before the pandemic, way ahead of the rest of the nation. And that happened because we had programs in place to stabilize people during a very difficult time. If we don't have that this time, we will permanently lose talented people in our region. And I think they will be permanent losses. And so I do want to thank you for your time. I'd be glad to answer any questions that you have. I know you're going to hear from a lot of other folks that give you a lot of perspectives. I hope the numbers are helpful, but I also hope we don't debate if it's 30,000 or 34,000. It's a lot. It's a lot.
Right. Thank you very much, Chairman McKay, and appreciate the overview, and also very much appreciate the specificity, with respect to how the General Assembly can help. Do we have any brief questions from members of the committee? Delegate Fagans. Thank you so much for this. Especially, thank you so much for the bringing up the child care subsidy. And one of the things that's really big, not before all this even happened, was the issues with child care, specifically with our military families. It's already strained in Hampton Roads. It is. Do you have any additional numbers in terms of what Fairfax is dealing directly with this?
Yeah, we do. I can provide those to you. It's a great question because before this stuff happened, our biggest challenge was there was not nearly enough affordable, safe childcare for people who needed it in Northern Virginia. What I'm hearing from child care providers now is a concern that the people who are paying for that child care will be gone, and they may not be able to find other people in a depressed economy to fill those positions. And those positions are what draw down some of the state money and county money that they get, the daily enrollment. And so it's kind of a double-edged sword. We started with not enough slots. I think that's still the case. But we're also going to be losing a lot of people that are payers. And I'll give you one micro example. There's a nonprofit called United Community that runs a preschool daycare program on the Richmond Highway corridor in Fairfax County. And they rely heavily on full paying members of the child care to subsidize all of the kids who can't pay. They're literally embedded in a high school where single moms are getting their GEDs and can't afford child care. The amount that is being paid by the paying customers offsets the cost of all the other people who are in the child care. What they're concerned about is they're losing their paying child care customers. And that's a major concern for whether they can stay in business, whether they can continue to get some of the subsidies and other programs they have. And so I think it's a multifaceted challenge, but it's fair to say, and we'll give you the exact numbers, we don't have enough slots right now. And the slots we do have, people are concerned will be vacated by paying customers and therefore force some of these other child care providers out of business.
Very good. All right, Delegate Tata, and then we'll wrap it up with Delegate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. I just have a question about you mentioned the unemployment claims, and you included DC and Maryland, where 13% of their population are federal employees. Do you have just the Virginia numbers for the unemployment campaign claims?
We do not have a very accurate number on that, and there's a lot of different reasons for that. We actually debate this at the Regional Commission on some of our local government calls. Because WARN notices are incomplete, because there's a lag in some of these, they're coming in very late, they're disoriented, they're not separated necessarily by federal employment versus contractor. If they're contractors and their contract was canceled, a lot of times they're not qualified. And so I only offer that number as a high level, but the level of specificity that you're looking for, we do not know. I offered it as order of magnitude because in a very short period of time, we're seeing something unprecedented in the DMV region, which is higher unemployment claims than we've seen over entire years in the past. And so it's an order of magnitude number, but not an exact number.
Delegate Tata?
Just follow up. I think we do have some of those numbers because we've heard them from Secretary Slater. Is it possible to hear from him so we can have a better idea of what's actually happening?
Yeah, I think what I'll suggest, and you beat me to the punch, I wanted to recognize our Secretary of Labor, Brian Slater. Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it. And I think that's something, rather than putting Secretary Slater on the spot, why don't we see if we can get that information sent out to the members of the committee.
Yeah, I think that's great. And just one other thing I want to offer. I do think no matter when you're looking at that, there is a significant time lag. And so we're way behind what the actual number is. I think that's obvious, but it wasn't obvious to me until we started trying to look at the numbers.
I hate to jump in, Secretary Slater, do you want to provide just maybe a little bit about what kind of information you can provide in 30 seconds or less?
We're tracking numbers pretty daily. Over the last 5 weeks, we've seen claims go from 2,800 to 4,800 of those were employers that did temporary layoffs in the western part of the state. They dropped to 3,100. They dropped to 2,600 the week before last. They dropped to 2,500. We're seeing about 17 to 18,000 continuing claims a week. Just to give you an idea, and I've got data here going back to 1986, the average initial claims filed in a week over a 20 or 25 year period is about 5,500 claims a week. We're at 2,500 to 3,000. The average continuing claims filed a week is anywhere from 25,000 to 40,000. We're at about 17,000. We're tracking unemployment numbers, and we actually track federal employees who self-identify as federal employees on a daily basis and a weekly basis. And we also track numbers from the 100 top contractors for the federal government. And right now, we're seeing numbers of about 1,400 with those combined. We're empathetic to every one of those individuals. And I'm not saying they're not being laid off, but they're not filing for unemployment. And we also have talked to Maryland and D.C. And while there is a little bit of a lag, it's not a month's lag, it's a week or two lag. And these are individuals who are, being laid off and filing. Maryland is saying numbers comparable to ours. D.C. is seeing numbers higher than ours.
Thank you. Delegate Thomas. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairman McKay. I just want to turn your attention to one of your slides and talk about the impact to real estate and kind of geographical space in the county. It says 650 leases were canceled already, 7.9 million square feet. That's an astonishing number. Can you contextualize that to what the county saw during COVID? Is that dramatically more, about the same, less?
It's dramatically more in a very constricted time frame, but COVID impacts were over years. And so it's kind of hard to compare the two. I will say that obviously there was a huge impact to commercial office space in Northern Virginia. We all know it as a result of COVID. And so these numbers that we're seeing in the first couple months of this year are nowhere near the totality of the COVID impact, but we're only in a couple months versus a couple of years. And again, I would just say with leases, commercial office space in particular, leases expire at different times. And so what we know at a local government level is there are empty office buildings across Northern Virginia that leases are still getting paid on, and they have not expired yet. It doesn't mean people are in those buildings. And so the economic impact of the commercial office space comes over a period of time, largely when leases get renewed and people walk away from them, or they get sublet, and that gets factored into the valuation of those buildings. But the direct answer to your question is, if the first couple months of what we saw here was extrapolated over multiple years like COVID is, we would have a very serious commercial office problem in Northern Virginia.
All right, very good. And we had one tiny last request. She promises very short. Delegate Kent, and then I guarantee you, because I've seen other people with questions, we've got a lot of subject matter experts that can probably answer almost any one of these. So Delegate Kent.
No, thank you. I actually was just going to piggyback off of Delegate Thomas's, because that was what I was wondering when you were speaking, because I've heard about it in some of the other localities. I know Fairfax has done some work in terms of job fairs and things. I just was curious what you saw as the impact regarding kind of the return to work in terms of trying to fill. Is there commercial real estate options for folks? Is there childcare options for folks? What does the traffic pattern look like? What does that do in terms of Fairfax specifically, because that could be a good model for other parts of the state as well?
Yeah, it's a great question, and we've been looking at this. We do know, you're talking to a lot of federal employees, they've been ordered back to work, but the federal government doesn't have workspace for them, so they're still working from home. It kind of just shows you how unorganized the return to work effort is. In fact, I know entire agencies that no longer have office space but have been asked to come back to work. They have nowhere to go. Probably the best indicator we can see is in metro ridership. We're seeing metro ridership go up, which is a good thing. I just was speaking last night on the Silver Line Extension folks to some of the business community out there, and I said our number one concern is our ridership going up because of return to work being offset by the total number of federal jobs that are lost, and do we reach a plateau in ridership where we're not getting any more people coming in because your job losses are canceling out your return to work orders. And then you factor in the people that don't have space to go to. What I will say is if you look at traffic, traffic is back to pre-pandemic levels. So there's a lot of people going to work every morning. We're seeing more traffic into our office buildings, which is a good thing. Those are positive economic signs. But again, we're at the beginning of this, and I have not talked to a commercial office building owner in Fairfax County that is not petrified, because they feel like they're finally making a little bit of progress. And then every week there's more job claims, and every week they hear from more contractors who are laying off people. And the long-term economic effects on local governments is real, because we assess offices different than we assess residential. When we assess offices, it's based on lease amounts. So if people are subletting and leases are coming in lower, that is depressing the value of all the office space in Northern Virginia, which is why these vacancies are such a big problem for local governments and for local government revenues. So we're watching this very closely. The EDA in Fairfax has a snapshot where they're looking very clearly at the office space availability. There's still a lot of vacancy out there.
Great. Thank you very much, Chairman McKay. I really appreciate you being here. I'm looking forward to continuing to work with you. Next on our agenda is Jill Kenneth, Senior Regional Demographer, and also the Honorable John Chapman, Chair of the Northern Virginia Regional Commission. Fun fact is that my first job out of college was with the Northern Virginia Regional Commission. So it's a really great organization, but appreciate you all being here and sharing your expertise today.
All right, thank you for having us here. I'm Jill Caniff, and I'm the Senior Regional Demographer. Northern Virginia Regional Commission represents 13 jurisdictions of Northern Virginia, the outermost being Loudoun and Prince William, and all the inner jurisdictions. So that's what I will be focusing on. And I will be focusing also on just the data collections that we have been doing to date, as well as what's to come, since that's one of your charges, is to collect the data. So I will share that with you, and then the chairman will then follow me with his remarks. Next. How are we? Thank you. Sorry, it's going through all of them. Are we pressing? It's the bottom one. I'm sorry. Thank you. We're still going towards. Which one? That's what I was. Oh, I'm sorry.
And so you don't have to keep the presentation that short.
Yes. Okay. Sorry about that. It's these technical issues. So the first thing to bring to your attention is the potential impacts of the reduction in force for Northern Virginia. One resource we have that will become available that you all could use for your processes would be the Northern Virginia Economic Development Alliance study that is being done by a consultant right now. That will be released on May 15th, if not before, and we'll have several scenarios for the various impacts at different levels for the Northern Virginia area, as well as for the jurisdictions itself, for as much data as available at the jurisdictions, but certainly regional. And then we've got several scenarios out there to date. The most detrimental one would be the 75% reduction, which is something Urban Institute did at first, because that is based on DOGE recommending 75% reduction. So if that were the case, our unemployment rate in the entire metropolitan area would be 9.6%. Then Weldon Cooper, as you just heard, was doing the 10% reductions, which would be a workforce cut of 40,000 jobs in Virginia, offsetting the initial 2025 forecast. And in Northern Virginia, the job postings board that all our economic development agencies have put together and that Fairfax hosts, that one you just heard from Chair McKay, or Board Member McKay, that the jobs have been reduced by about half in Northern Virginia on this job board. And that is because contractors are pulling back their jobs and not confident in the market. So that's concerning. And a majority of the low-paying jobs are what is being seen here. And the question was raised as to how many of the skills from the federal workers are going to be comparable to the skills advertised in these jobs. For the Northern Virginia jobs, George Mason University's Center for Regional Analysis did a rough estimate saying only 30% of the jobs are comparable. So that means we could have a huge out-migration from the area because people won't have the same skill levels as they had previously with the jobs here. And doing it once again. Okay. And so the fiscal issues of heightened concern in Northern Virginia by our localities would be the safety net programs. We're very concerned about the federal workforce, the federal cuts to these programs. That's Medicaid, Affordable Care Act, SNAP, the TAMF program, and many more. The restaurant industry is going to be severely impacted, they suspect, as well as the hotel industry from the cutbacks in business travel and tourism from people cutting back their spending and lower occupancy rates. So that's a concern. The office vacancy rates are going to be something that is going to be a long-term impact that we won't see immediately, but with the GSA leases, that's concerning. So all of these things together impact the tax revenue. We're concerned about the reduced funding from the meals tax, as well as the commercial property values decreasing because of the vacancies and sales tax declines from the hotels and reduced consumer spending. We're also very concerned in Northern Virginia about personal income tax losses because of these job losses from the federal government and our contractors that will be laid off. So that means less revenue to the state from that perspective. So when it comes to the data, there has been the question about what's the best data source to use. For the place of work, we've got two sources that have been out there. You've got the OPM, which is not the best one. The best one for the place of work is BLS's quarterly census of employment. And that is showing 3 million workers in the U.S. And that underrepresents what the Census Bureau is showing, which is place of residence. That shows 4.4 million in the U.S. And this is full-time and part-time. And so the best source, if you were to choose just one, is, as Weldon Cooper Center mentioned, the ACS. So I completely agree with that if you need one source. That one does overestimate slightly, though, knowing it has some of the grant holders in there and some of the contractors because it's self-reporting. But what I would emphasize is that it's also important to look at your place of work because not everybody who works here lives here. So it's actually, when you consider the fact that many of the workers live out of state, you've got numbers on top of the residents that need to be accounted for. And you also look at place of work from just the business community aspect as to how many of the restaurants will be impacted and hotels that live around it. So not just residents is important. So I really want to emphasize that looking at your business communities as well is critical. And for resources that we have at Northern Virginia Regional Commission that we have been put out there on our dashboard for the public, but also primarily for our local governments to use for their policy making. We've got the fact sheets for Northern Virginia, maps, safety net participants, the unemployment claims, which I'll go into, which will answer some of the questions that committee members had earlier. And we have our workforce information. So all of these have been used by our localities for their planning purposes. So when it comes to the full-time and part-time workers, civilian jobs up here in Northern Virginia that are physically located in the region, there's 81,000 approximately in Northern Virginia. That's 6.3% of all jobs and are located in the region itself. Whereas in Virginia, there's 192,000 federal jobs physically located in the state. So Northern Virginia has approximately almost half of the state's numbers, federal. So we are definitely the biggest federal workforce entity in the states. Then you've got Norfolk and other places that are very heavy as well. And then just to say that 2.7% is the share of the country's federal civilian jobs that are actually here in Northern Virginia. And when it comes to the actual residents that work here, the data source that Weldon Cooper and others have used for the state, it would be the 5-year estimates from the American Community Survey. And those estimates are the only ones available for the smaller jurisdictions. But for Northern Virginia, we do have on our website even more timely data than what is shown here. But for purposes of comparability with what the state needs to do with all the other jurisdictions, this is the best source. But it's important to know that there is the 1-year data, the 2023 more timely data, which shows that there were fewer jobs in Northern Virginia than there were in this 5-year period. That's because during COVID, there was a rise in the federal employment in the U.S. And so if you want to know how far has it come down since COVID, it's approximately 9,000 less jobs in Northern Virginia since then, and 6,500 less in Virginia overall. So just keep that in mind when you're seeing these numbers. And what we've added here that is in addition to what Weldon Cooper showed for the state is we have the part-time workers shown here that they did not show, which we're showing in Virginia, 26,443 part-time civilian workers. So that's of the federal civilian workforce, of all the jobs in Virginia, 0.6% are part-time workers. And for Northern Virginia, I'll go back to that, of the federal civilian workers, 13.3% of our residents work in the federal workforce. So that's more than 1 out of every 8 persons that lives here and works in the federal government. And of all our residents, our federal workforce residents are 4.3% of the country's federal workforce. What we also have done on our dashboards for resources available is to show where the concentrations in Northern Virginia are for our residents that work. And that work in the federal government, and they're heavily concentrated in the eastern part of the region closest to DC, as you see from this map. But if you wanted zip code level data, that is available and can be obtained for the entire state as well, not just county level. But zip code is available if you wanted to assess the shares of employment like we've done here, the concentrations. And then you also can look at how many employees actually live in each of these zip codes. And here this map is showing us the employment per square mile. And again, the heaviest concentrations being closest to DC. So all of this information can be done at the statewide level by zip code if that's of interest. And the unemployment claims, that was the question that y'all were asking about as to what data is available for that. I will say that the local needs from Northern Virginia's localities is that there is no county level federal and non-federal data right now. For the weekly claims, it's only at the monthly level for the non-federal. And we really do need that. So that's something we would really advocate for, is getting the weekly data at the county level. So all we have right now is the state level for Virginia, DC, and Maryland. Once we do get the county level, that will be on our dashboard for Northern Virginia to assess. And The other thing is with the monthly initial claims, we are concerned about the data lag there. We have seen that it can be released by the Virginia Employment Commission and Virginia Works within 2 to 3 weeks after the end of the month. But the latest data as of April 2nd, the data has been published February 19th. So that was like 5 or 6 weeks out. When they could have done it like supposedly in 2 to 3 weeks. So we would really ask that that be more timely for your purposes and ours. And for the resources, one thing that's been confusing is the Department of Labor's data, which you get the weekly reports on Thursdays. But then there is also the Virginia Employment Commission's data reports, news releases that come out on Fridays. Those are not comparable to the ones that come out on Thursday for the reason that DOL's Thursday releases are place of work, whereas the Virginia Employment Commission is looking mainly at the place of residence. And so when you are looking at resources, I highly recommend just sticking with the Friday releases that Virginia Employment Commission is putting out and Virginia Works. And what you will see on our dashboard is the data that Virginia Employment Commission provides to the Department of Labor every Friday. And so we do have the data on the federal versus the non-federal. That was a question earlier. That is available and is what we're showing on our dashboard right now, specifically for Virginia, Maryland, and DC. And eventually we'll add the counties for our region to this dashboard. But for now, all we have to go on is the state's data. And that data is showing for the non-federal, at least through 322, which the 329 is now on our website, just so you know. But at the time this presentation was put together, it was 322. And non-federals, since the week of the inauguration till March 22nd, we had 26,000 initial claims in Virginia. And for the federal civilian workers, there was 334. So that's much less than we would expect. And that goes back to McKay's comments that the data greatly lags what we actually are seeing out there. And it lags partly because many of the people are not applying for unemployment benefits, maybe because they retired, but also because they got administrative leave, which is pay, so they would not be qualified to get the claims and benefits. And it also does not account for those who voluntarily quit using the severance packages. So you got all those factors not accounted for in this data. So this is only one small piece of the whole puzzle. And we also are tracking the continued claims, and you see specifically for the non-federal claims, which would be the uptick from the contractors and the multiplier effect. The blue line being Virginia, and that's certainly rising over the past few months, as we would expect. And the other thing that has been out there that Virginia Employment Commission put out in their news release on March 15th that was very helpful was the unofficial data. And that unofficial data was helpful because of this lag time issue of getting the official numbers into the databases, as well as this issue of administratively. But this is more because of the fact that it takes a few weeks usually for the claims to be approved and entered into the system. So unofficially, as of March 15th, Virginia Employment Commission was showing that there were 779 claims in Virginia tied to federal employees and 337 tied to the contractors. So this would be very helpful to have in regular news releases from Virginia Employment Commission if we could get that on a regular basis rather than just this one-time thing. That I think would really help. And just two more things. We have a monthly economic tracking report. This is being automated right now into an interactive dashboard. Right now, It's showing the Northern Virginia region economic situation. And we will soon have, by the end of this month, all the counties in Northern Virginia interactive on our dashboard to track the situation up here. And the data is greatly lagged, so we will not see March data until April 29th. But this will be the most detailed that we will get. So we have to wait till then to get the first perspective of what's really happened these first few months. And lastly, the safety net participants, as I mentioned, are quite a concern for us in Northern Virginia because of the number of people that are participating on these programs. And with the cutbacks, there needs to be coverage for these people in some respects. So there needs to be some sort of funding, whether it be from the state or localities, but everybody is constrained on their budgets. So that's why there's a concern as to how are we going to cover those cutbacks. The Affordable Care Act, for instance, had 151,000 participants in Northern Virginia. SNAP, the food assistance program, had 131,000 on average monthly. The temporary assistance for needy families had 7,000 approximately. And Medicaid expansion in Northern Virginia, excluding Falls Church and Manassas Park, had 111,000. So those are significant amounts of coverage for these specific programs. That's all I have on the data resources we have to date. We will be adding more data resources over time as will become available. I will now turn it to our chair, who will give his comments.
And just in case you were wondering whether or not we track numbers and we're tracking this, we had Joe come and bring this presentation to you with a great depth of what we're learning. And not only has she brought this to you, she's brought this to our localities, keeping us abreast of what's being done. Again, my name is John Chapman. I'm the chairman of the Northern Virginia Regional Commission, and I'm very glad to be here. And our commission, as you already heard, represents 13 of the leading localities and 2.6 million people in Northern Virginia. I want to dig into, I want to bring a little bit of a highlighter to some of the numbers that you've already heard, and then talk about, as was asked by the chairman, some recommendations from the commission. As you already heard, with the numbers, over 170,000 people, 1 in 8 individuals has a civilian federal job. And the broader picture, economic picture for the region tells a story as well. The region's GDP currently grew by 9% between 2022 and 2023, and this growth rate exceeded prior annual growth of 7.9. As you may already know, Northern Virginia, being only 3% of the landmass of the Commonwealth, has now 42% of the Commonwealth's GDP, and that's in $302 billion. In fact, the Northern Virginia economy is larger than 24 states, and if we were a country, which we're not suggesting, we would be the 48th largest economy in the world. And so bringing that economic power to the Commonwealth is something that we take pride in. In 2022, 47% of all personal income tax liability to the Commonwealth was generated by residents of Northern Virginia, just slightly more than $8 billion, as we try to continue to be the economic engine for the Commonwealth. But as you already heard and you already know, there are challenges to that, particularly currently. Chairman McKay talked about the constriction of jobs, available jobs here. And about a month ago, we were able to say that we had about 92,000. And like you mentioned, now it's 47. And so again, as he mentioned how those were cut is important to that story as well. And so we have our Northern Virginia Regional Economic Development Alliance looking at the ongoing economic risk analysis because of the federal actions in this region. And as you already heard, on May 15th, we'll be able to bring that report forward and talk about the findings of it. But I do want to cut to the chase and really get to what we asked. Again, asking serious consideration to giving a temporary increase to the weekly unemployment stipend. Even with some of the changes you've already made as an assembly, we know that here in North Virginia, particularly, I'll take an example as Fairfax County, monthly rent for a two-bedroom apartment is around $2,600. And as various members of localities can tell you, they're all around that same level. So it is very expensive to live here, and especially if you're struggling with a job, those supports are needed. Secondly, the passage of legislation to help unemployed contractors is an important step for those families as well. Funding needs to be made available to assist those who have lost their job through no fault of their own. And as we get into the numbers around how many contractors are affected, we believe we're going to see even greater need. And then lastly, again, as you've continued to hear, we would love to see more timely reports of data that allows us as local government within the region to make flexible policy to meet the concerns and needs of our constituents. And so we appreciate the Secretary's work. And as what we've seen during COVID, we were able to work with the state to get that timely information, which allowed us at the local level to try to create the policy that was needed based on what we were seeing. And so we ask for those things as well, and please make those data and those numbers public. As per a previous letter sent to you by our mayors and chairs of the region, we ask that the state consider putting aside funds to address the oncoming onslaught of mental health services that needs to be considered. As the Chairman McKay's story about the doctor, we can tell you that that's one of many stories of people that are now struggling to conceptualize what is happening with their careers, their family, and some of their ongoing challenges. So meeting their mental health needs is something that we want to look at as well. And then lastly, we're very proud of Northern Virginia Community College announcing a $1 million program to help fired federal workers and contractors in a variety of ways, including upskilling and training. And we've been informed by George Mason Center for Regional Analysis that their comparison to the region's federal jobs with private sector job posting indicates that skills, again, only correlate to 30%. And so we know that setting aside funds for that upskilling is definitely going to be needed as well. And as you can imagine, Commonwealth as well as Northern Virginia localities, there's a great deal of uncertainty as we see things changing pretty much every day in Washington. We know that the impacts they're going to have are going to have a multi-year effect. And so it's not just the conversation that we're having today. We know that we'll need additional conversations with you and a multi-year strategy on how we move forward. And again, last but not least, personally, I own a local tour company here, and we don't talk about and we haven't talked about enough is the impact on tourism. I think my mayor's already gone, but she can tell you if you get a chance to chat with her that we are seeing a very direct pullback from our Canadian visitors. Old Town Alexandria, not too far from here, has been a haven for a number of folks that have been international travelers. And our mayor told us the other day that she received a direct email from a resident in Canada saying that they come here to Alexandria for a better part of 2 decades every summer. And because of conversations in Washington, they are no longer going to do that. And so there are a number of stories behind the data points that you see. And we know that we are going to have an ongoing negative effect for some of the work that's being done in Washington. So again, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you and share numbers with you and share stories with you. We appreciate you coming to this region, and particularly I appreciate that you're here in Alexandria. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairman Chapman. And I think in the interest of time, we'll move on to our next presenter. But again, just wanted to thank Phil for your presentation. That's a lot of really fantastic information that you track. We've taken note of areas where it would be useful to have data sooner and in a more granular form. And again, Chairman Chapman, I appreciate the specificity of your recommendations. Also wanted to recognize Delegate Tran, who was able to go ahead and join us. So thank you, Delegate Tran. And Delegate Sewell also was able to join us. So again, thank you for my colleagues for coming and joining for the conversation. Next up, we have Mr. Mark Carrier, who is with the Northern Virginia Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Carrier, thank you so much for being with us today. And I do want to say I thank you and value the conversations we've had before this meeting in kind of small groups, just to be able to hear one-on-one some of the challenges you're seeing. And I appreciate the forward-thinking manner in which you're looking at how to relook at our economy in Northern Virginia.
Well, thank you very much. And it's a great pleasure to have the opportunity to meet here today. The presentations that I've benefited from already are fulfilling. Again, having such a body focused for the Commonwealth from across the state, such wonderful backgrounds from concrete to all kinds of interesting businesses is very important, because as a business person, I do think that's just a incredible perspective to bring. So I'm Mark Carrier. I'm the president of the B.F. Saul Company Hospitality. That organization owns and operates hotels throughout the Northern Virginia region in Arlington, Fairfax, D.C., Loudoun counties, and Montgomery County. So we are spread throughout the region. I'm the current chairman of the Northern Virginia Chamber, NVC, and therefore speaking to you representing those interests. But as many know, I wear a few hats, and one of them is a business person that has committed my career to the Commonwealth and to Northern Virginia, because I've been here for a good number of decades in the hospitality business. Personally, just a little bit of further, I've chaired the AHLA, which is the National Trade Association for Hotels, that's based here in D.C., as well as served as the board chair of Visit Fairfax, chair of the Tyson's Partnership here, as well as the boards of Visit Loudoun and the National Landing Bid. So kind of been embedded here in this region. So I'll share a little bit on data of the hotel business, hotel industry, as well as the issues and focus that NVC has on the Northern Virginia economy. Now, of course, many of you know the hospitality, hotel, and lodging industry is really a vital element to the economic and social fabric of the Commonwealth on an overall basis and the metropolitan area here. The industry serves the needs of the economic community, residents, many tourists. The business combines real estate ownership, which a lot of folks forget about our business, but we own the real estate in many cases. Then we operate a business that has thousands of, tens of thousands across the Commonwealth of employees and guests. It serves millions annually. It's a interesting multi-level business. In many cases, we franchise from the major brand companies like Hilton and Marriott. But it's a very high fixed cost business, which many of you have experience in, where you have a lot of overhead, and it's that last kind of 15 or 20% of your business that actually provides the return on investment and the ability to invest in the future. So it's a very high fixed cost business. And that's what makes changes in the economic fabric very important to that business. But we're not alone. Many other businesses operate with the same kind of structure. We're also a little bit like a canary in a coal mine to some extent, because travel, business travel in particular, and even foreign inbound travel. So I've got all kinds of friends in Canada that are not coming to the U.S. right now because they're a little bit aggravated, but more than I would say. But we tend to see and tend to reflect the economic changes in an economy very quickly. Simply because businesses cut back on things that they view as potentially less mission critical, like training and travel, as times get uncertain. Roughly 70% of the hospitality business in Northern Virginia and the DC region is tied to the federal government in some way, shape, or form. It's a huge percentage. It includes direct federal employee travel, which might be done under the per diem system, government contractors that are having people come and visit with them, training, and things simply like a group of tour students coming in or student tours coming to visit the nation's capital. So a whole range of impacts. But we are the nation's capital, and that's the driving force for a lot of the tourism in this region. When the hospitality business struggles, it does signal broader economic challenge. Now, federal policies, including layoff of personnel, downsizing, elimination of departments and organizations, impacts on grants, NGOs, contractors, has the effect of reducing demand. One of those items increases demand, it takes it all in the other direction. Tariff policies and business and consumer confidence also change travel. It's just a fact of how our business works. Foreign inbound travel is very important. Canadians, frankly, they make up half of all the foreign inbound travel to the Commonwealth. It's Canadian in nature. Pretty surprising. Across the United States, Canadian travel as part of inbound foreign travel, it's almost 40% of all visitation to the United States from outside of our borders. Pretty remarkable, actually, when I got those stats. That's pretty crazy. Now, hotels generate, this impacts the statewide fisc very significantly, generate retail, lodging, employment, real estate, in-person property tax. It's kind of like a layer cake of taxes that are generated by the hospitality business. In fact, it's one of the reasons why many jurisdictions see hospitality as a key driver of economic growth. And whether you're in Virginia Beach or in the Portsmouth area or here in Northern Virginia, virtually every locality sees hospitality, restaurant business, and associated industries as very positive contributors to the tax fabric of that area. In fact, we started to see some impacts. For example, hotel revenues in Northern Virginia, so our four-county distribution of Northern Virginia, for the 4 weeks through the 22nd of March, declined by 7% compared to the prior year. It might not seem huge, but that is huge when you're in a very high fixed cost business such as ours. In the week of the 22nd, it declined 14%. So we're concerned about that kind of lag time impact that we're starting to see. In the Commonwealth, there are 1,700 hotels, 162,000 rooms all around the Commonwealth, generate about $3.2 billion in room revenue annually. That doesn't include food and beverage, parking, or anything else. That's just room revenue. And the average retail tax rate on a statewide basis is 14%. You pay the state, you pay the local occupancy taxes. Many jurisdictions have additional add-on taxes. So whether it's local communities or through the state, that's $450 million just in the retail tax. And then if you add to that personal property and the taxes on real estate, it tends to add up to about 20% of all revenue flows into the state localities. So it's a very, very significant data point. Northern Virginia represents 25% of the hotel inventory for the Commonwealth, and 42 to 45% of all revenue and tax generation comes in Northern Virginia. So it's highly leveraged in this direction. So we believe the change that we're undertaking here or dealing with is fundamental. It's highly challenging. However, it is an opportunity for positive change and collaboration. Switching to my other hat of the Northern Virginia Chamber, we acted very quickly following the election to understand that we were moving into a very different environment. It started with an overhaul, which is still underway, of our strategic plan for NVC, the Chamber. We established a working group initially focused and sharpened all around the economic challenges we face. We're in the middle of developing basically a three-phase time program to address immediate and longer-term issues. We established a group called the Executive Member Forum, which is a weekly insight dashboard that allows our members to collaborate on communication and resources. And to the extent that across the Commonwealth or in other jurisdictions, communication methods can be established like that, we really think it's smart. We're in the process of conducting a survey of the Northern Virginia business community with our partner Pinkston to gauge sentiment and gain a specific understanding of our challenges. That'll be completed in about 60 days and will add to the work of other organizations here regionally. We've also partnered on, this is an important effort, with Accenture to develop a roadmap for the future for Northern Virginia. We feel that NVC has a role to lead, and this partnership with Accenture is designed to serve as a resource, not only to Northern Virginia, NVC rather, but to regional organizations and policymakers. We're looking at identifying high growth industry opportunities, barriers to expansion, untapped potential, a whole range of factors, because we know with the fundamental change that our economy is going through, to grow in the future, we need to change. We recognize that these steps are just a start on what's going to be a multi-year process to address the challenge and build resiliency. Now, at NVC, we do believe it's an opportunity to demonstrate coordinated and collaborative action across the region, across the Commonwealth. This is a serious issue. The emergency, as Jeff McKay stated earlier, and is in the title of the working group. We've got to work together because we can, in fact, make a difference. This level of working together may not have really been demonstrated to a high degree in the past. So we need to do it, and we need to learn how to do it. It's not a business as usual. We know we need to think and act differently. So just as the final, we think in NVC that despite the challenges, we have amazing strengths in this Commonwealth. Highly educated workforce, can't afford for them to leave. Amazing educational institutions like here at Virginia Tech that are primed to train, reskill. We've got robust infrastructure. We've got a vibrant business ecosystem that is committed to finding a fruitful path forward. So we see, while there are many challenges ahead, we have the basis for growth, success, and the ability to deal with this. And so the alignment of elected officials, the business community, and all the organizations that make Northern Virginia and make this Commonwealth such a strong beacon of success in the country, we need to harness, we need to work together. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate you being here today. We have a couple minutes for some questions if anybody has some delegates.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate your sort of ending on an optimistic tone, which I think is good. I guess I don't know if it's a comment, which is a point. I don't make any questions. So it sounds like you agree with Chairman McKay's sort of admonition to us, which is maybe not to spend so much time, figuring out the small details and the discrepancies in the numbers. But it seems like you share his view that this is a big deal for the region. The numbers that we're dealing with are.
I said to him the other day, he shares my view. Just so you know.
To make sure he gets credit. And again, I just remind us our charge here. We're in a bipartisan group. I don't think that anybody's here to try and change Elon Musk or Donald Trump's mind about what's going to happen. I think we sort of know it's going to happen, but it's people clear, for what's coming next. And I appreciate your suggestions. I think Chairman McKay had some too about ways to adapt our workforce and look for opportunities to transform our economy. So most of my question was, you agree with the assessment that this is, we shouldn't spend a lot of time trying to minimize the numbers, but let's accept it's a big deal and figure out what comes next.
I would share that, and we've got to look going forward, but we can't, and I think several of his really heartful anecdotes were very important to understand. People here are going through change in their life that is usually difficult. As a hotel person going through COVID, I, in my entire career, never laid a person off until March of that year. As people go through change, it's very difficult. So leadership of groups like this is hugely important. And I would just say your voice is superbly important to message strongly that there is a strong future. We need to work together. We have incredible assets to build on. Yes, we're going to go through a tough period, but we got to build through that and emphasize, I truly believe, the positive opportunities that we have. So Delegate Tata.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. I'm in Virginia Beach. I represent Virginia Beach, so this is very important to me as well. But my question, two-part question is, yes. Do your stats include all of Virginia? So is this happening in Virginia Beach as well? Also, do you factor in Airbnb, VRBO?
Fantastic question. One of the things, just as a setting, we have tremendous data on the hotel business. We all have, virtually every hotel contributes to a database almost daily that publishes reports on a weekly, monthly, and ongoing basis. So in the Commonwealth, we have the Department of Tourism publishes a report weekly that shows all the data, including Virginia Beach, Portsmouth. It breaks the Commonwealth down into, I think, 14 different jurisdictions with some granularity. And then on top of that, our State Hotel Restaurant Association also produces data on a monthly basis that shows that trend. So the data is incredibly rich and available, and certainly organs of the government have that data available to them on an ongoing basis. I focus more on Northern Virginia with what I commented on, but that data is readily available.
Very good. Thank you. All right, so we got our queue, and we'll keep this queue and then move on to the next presenters. So we'll start with Delegate Thomas, Delegate Wilt. Nope, you're still up. Delegate Thomas, Delegate Wilt, and Delegate Watts. And then we're done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be quick but direct. For the Northern Virginia Chamber of Commerce, what is your number one recommendation that you would like the legislature to take up and change and try to ameliorate who's concerned? If you could just choose the thing you hear the most from your members.
It's going to be a little bit of a waffle, but I thank you for the question because it's really important. It's we're in this period right now of a combination of triage and understanding. Right, where we're trying to get our hands on what is the depth of change and how significant it is. So I think our biggest single recommendation is partnership. How do we form, understanding we have an emergency, a real working partnership from the elected official basis at both the state and local Commonwealth and local level to move forward. And we're just starting out to understand that. I do think there's some very short-term triage around things like the unemployment rates, which unemployment benefits and things, but others can speak more wisely to. But I think the first thing that we're searching for is how do we partner, recognizing that not one entity can do it all on their own, because we can't. We have brilliant people on our board, from head of ANOVA to representatives of MITRE and major defense contractors. And as we have been collaborating, we know that there's not any one fix. We're really going to look at what may potentially be a restructuring economic focus of Northern Virginia and perhaps the Commonwealth in many ways.
Delegate Wilt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Perhaps my question would go on to Delegate Thomas's. You mentioned, and I appreciate that opportunity in the midst of everything that we see. Opportunity now. What do you see the potential of staying where we're at, status quo versus possibilities for our state?
Well, thank you again for that question. I'll phrase it from a perspective I've shared with many of my fellow board members. We used to do call-ins during COVID. I'm in the office and most of my peers are working from home. And I'm like, okay, we are going through change here. But what are the strengths of the region? Identify the strengths and build on them. And so whether it's a focus on artificial intelligence, whether it's a focus on the assets that the Commonwealth has from the space perspective, technology, it's like amazing. Wallops Island, etc., all like major amenities to this region. And the workforces, the school systems are, the secondary education is really powerful. But to some extent, we have to then focus on those areas of strength and build on them, but not forget that we are here, the National Capital Region. We are the state of Virginia. We have incredible assets which will always be foundational in alignment with both our military and federal government. Build on those as well. Outcompete other parts of the country. Now, as a hotel guy, I'd say I'd be, if I was king of the world, I'd drop more funding into the tourism promotion authority that we have in the state. We need to attract more people to visit our state. When you think of the flow through, many of us in the hotel owners say, well, the state really makes more on these hotels than we do when you net the numbers, right? Because the tax effects are so positive. Run the ROI, drive more visitation to the state. We have not ever had to exercise that muscle that strongly because we had so many other areas of business. So sometimes you just got to focus in on your strengths and really push for it. I would say my friends in Alexandria, they will be very focused on how do we drive more visitation to Alexandria? How do we outcompete other states? How do we make sure that Canadians know coming to our region is a great place to come back to, even if they're not ready in the next 6 months? So I do think there's many things we can build on. Delegate Watts.
Thank you. To help me understand the economic and tax impact,
yes.
The traditional federal agencies often had large cafeterias so that all the food service was under the federal umbrella. What is the percentage of federal workplaces that have the federal government in control of food service versus if they're in lease space where you will use the local economies to do food service?
Now, this is just anecdotally expressing this because I don't have the data, but I will just give you my gut feel from having been in this region. If you're in Northern Virginia, virtually all of the food service is done either personally or through a contractor that might be on site. That's really a private enterprise that's providing it. There's very few situations where the food service workers were actually employees of the federal government. In many cases, even in, I can't say in a SCIF building or super, military base or what have you, but in most cases, they're individual businesses, small businesses in many cases, or some large ones, like Urest and some others that have made a business of supplying in doing those types of businesses. But I would say 70, 65 or 70% of business has got to just be done in the local economy. And I think that is a very good observation in that it understands what is the regional impact around all of this. For example, if I was just in one of our hotels this morning. If you ever staying at Alexandria, Arlington, excuse me, the Homewood Suites, right? It's a beautiful hotel. Staying happy to honor a great Virginia government rate. But the spill-off effect of a hotel and hotel stay into the local economy is very significant. The local restaurant, what have you, there is a multiplier effect, again, by one of the reasons people love hospitality businesses. But one thing I'll also share is a hotel does not create its own demand. We reflect the demand of the region. So we are highly, highly sensitive to changes in economic decision-making in a region. A hotel, I can build one here. If the business isn't there, it's not going to be a successful hotel. We reflect the economy around us, and then we help amplify that economy through the visitation and people coming to stay with us.
Mr. Chairman, just a clarification. So if I am a contractor providing food services under a federal contract,
yes.
Let's say for the sake of discussion that I'm actually in the Pentagon,
yes.
Is there going to be meals tax on that food service versus if I am providing it in leased space, but still under federal contract?
Well, that's a very interesting question that I can't answer directly, in that I'm not sure how, say, at the Pentagon, they would be applying a local sales tax. I will say, as a hotelier, our federal business is fully taxable. In the vast majority of cases, the individual travelers are paying with a government credit card. We were all afraid they were getting cut off last week, by the way, and they've continued to be honored. But they pay the full retail tax. So a federal traveler to, say, Arlington or Fairfax is paying the state sales tax, they're paying the local lodging tax, and any other add-ons. And as far as I know, if they're settling with that credit card process, they'd be paying this food tax or the meals tax that would be applied. So it's a very tax-generative enterprise.
All right. Well, thank you very much for the presentation. I guess what I would say is I appreciate very much the focus on partnerships. We'll kind of echo what I heard from Delegate Wilton, Delegate Thomas, that we are looking for very specific recommendations from you all in terms of how we manifest those partnerships, how that is delivered, what organizations at the state level or the local level can help organize that, and the more specific you can provide those recommendations and what's going to get the biggest ROI, I think would be really helpful.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, we have two more presenters, and we don't want to give them short shrift, but we do want to try to get back on the schedule, so if they could just be mindful of time. But first up, I'm very happy to have Patrick Small, City of Manassas Economic Development Director, and the chair of the Northern Virginia Economic Development Alliance. So thank you so much for being with us today, and we're looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of the committee. It's my honor to be here today. By way of background, I've been practicing economic development at the director level in Virginia for 30 years. Prior to Manassas, in the city of Portsmouth, prior to Portsmouth, Isle of Wight, prior to Isle of Wight, in the Northern Neck and Lancaster counties. So intimately familiar with some of the issues that we're dealing with now, because these issues aren't necessarily new. I'm not going to show you a PowerPoint presentation. I'm not going to inundate you with data, and I'm not going to go over all of the good points that were mentioned today, many of which covered the work that the Northern Virginia Economic Development Alliance is doing collectively and individually. But I do want perhaps to quote Rahm Emanuel, no good crisis should go to waste, and inject perhaps a bit of optimism into the proceedings. Because this is an opportunity for the Commonwealth of Virginia. It is no secret that we have been dangerously dependent on the federal government for a long, long time. And all of us in all of our regions have some element of that federal government presence. Some of us more dependent on it than others. And this is a crisis. It's an existential crisis. It's a microeconomic crisis. It needs to be viewed in the broader macroeconomic trends we're facing now with tariffs, interest rates, construction costs, and all the other things that are affecting our economy. You're here to discuss what the immediate impacts are on the federal workforce. I would suggest to you, you heard a little bit about the office environment earlier as well. That is another critical issue that faces Northern Virginia, Hampton Roads, Richmond, and other areas. Arlington County has a 24% office vacancy rate. That vacancy rate did not pop up in the last 6 months. It's a result of the tech bust. And I'm old enough to remember, I saw a slide earlier in the Cold War. I don't remember that, although I did have a bomb shelter in my high school. But I do remember the tech bust. I do remember 9/11. I do remember sequestration. I do remember COVID. And I worked as an economic developer through all of those crises. We have the institutions in Virginia to deal with this. Virginia Employment Commission, Career Works, our education systems, and others. What I am hoping that this committee will recommend to the General Assembly is resources that can be redirected to those institutions to galvanize them in addressing this problem. And these are top shelf institutions. Virginia is a top state for business. It was the top state for business. There's a very good reason for that. It's because the way you govern, it's the way our local elected officials govern. It is the people that serve in our local government that make us such a great place to be. So, optimism, please. But as it regards some of the cures, you've heard about, again, some of the things we're doing. We're monitoring the situation, obviously, very closely. In our jobs, we monitor these situations daily. I mean, we're constantly paying attention to our local economy. We're constantly looking at this data. And we're anecdotally talking to our local businesses. So we have both the data-driven and the anecdotal-driven finger on our pulse of what is going on in the business community. These employees are being dislocated. As the chairman mentioned in his opening remarks, they are our friends, they are our neighbors, they are our church-going peers, they are the soccer coaches in our communities. But they are also a commodity. They are highly educated. We talked about mobility. Somebody mentioned the posters that New York City is putting up to attract our talent, our residents, to come and fill jobs in their communities. Northern Virginia creates 25,000 jobs organically annually. If all the economic development departments were to disappear, as a general rule, this region will create 25,000 jobs every year. We need people to fill them. In the short term, immediately, to address what could be a surfeit or a glut of talent into the marketplace, we have some very specific recommendations that my peers and I think you should strongly consider. You fund, you oversee, you govern the Virginia Economic Development Partnership. That agency has talked for a long time about talent attraction, as have we all. We need them to sell this talent. We need them at trade shows. We need them overseas. We need to take advantage of reshoring and onshoring opportunities, international, national, regional headquarter opportunities. We need to see clients, and we need to see them quickly. Once they get those clients here, and some of us have international offices, Fairfax County by way of example, Hampton Roads operates overseas as well, but the state is our primary economic development agency. We need them out there recruiting and addressing talent and bringing or addressing these companies to come and work with the talent we have here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And that will do two things. One, it will assist the dislocated workers, but two, it will help reposition our economy so that this doesn't happen to us again in 5 years, 20 years, 50 years, whenever that time might be. Most, if not all of you, have voted for the Virginia Business Sites Ready program and the millions of dollars that have been put into that. That program benefits Northern Virginia very little, and in fact benefits most metro communities or urban communities very little. We would like to see a similar program, and I know there's been talk of it for the past year, that is directed at the redevelopment of vacant office space, whether that's tearing them down because they're functionally obsolete and putting in new office buildings, or whether it's converting them for adaptive reuse. We have a problem with our office market. We can do systems to help the rest of the Commonwealth develop sites. These offices are effectively in Northern Virginia what we consider sites. Training and reskilling. You've heard a lot about that. You have the agencies in place, whether it's Northern Virginia Community College or Tidewater Community College or Virginia Tech, George Mason, whichever agencies you choose, Virginia Career Works. We need you to give them a mandate to address the talent issue that we have and help these individuals find jobs. Some of it's as simple as brushing up your resume. Some of these folks haven't touched their resume in 20 years. They not remember how to do it. So little simple things. Other things may be more complicated, like training and otherwise. I mentioned selling talent. Again, I think that's a commodity that the Virginia Economic Development Partnership can be on doing. So training and reskilling, which will also benefit us for in the future. Office development, redevelopment, and heavy emphasis on business recruitment. With that, Mr. Chair, I conclude my comments.
Thank you very much. I wanted to start off with a really quick question, and thank you for mentioning our Virginia Economic Development Partnership, because I've had the opportunity to work with them and have a great deal of respect for their capabilities. I am also a big proponent of the larger scale site readiness, but I agree that the Achilles heel is that it doesn't apply as much to your urban areas. And I think we did have a bill passed this year that lowered that threshold a little bit, for land constrained areas. I am curious if we were to dive into a program that gets at what you're saying, right? So the big challenge is parcel consolidation, it's clearing, it's remediation, it's preparing a site for redevelopment in an urban area. What is the amount of money that we would need to put into a program like that in order for it to be meaningful? Because I don't want to put a couple $1 million in there and say that's absolutely not going to move the needle. So do you have a sense of how big a program like that would need to be?
It would be nice if the program were on the same scale as the Sites Ready program, because you're not just talking about Northern Virginia, you're also talking about Hampton Roads, you're talking about Richmond. These areas have the same issue. I know that my peers, Ryan Toohill in Arlington, Stephanie Landrum in Alexandria, Leonard Sledge down in Hampton Roads, and others have been talking about this issue. So if I may, I'd like to, maybe take that back to them and have them make a recommendation to the group.
That'd be appreciated. Delegate Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your presentation. It was awesome. You had some great ideas. I do want to say that VirginiaHasJobs.com has a lot of those that you suggested on there. Maybe we better do a better job of promoting that, but it has some great resources about what all the different resources that are available. But great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you very much. And then last, certainly not least, we are really pleased to have with us Alyssa Tafty, who's the chair of the Northern Virginia Labor Federation's Federal Labor Caucus. Thank you so much for being here with us today, and thank you for helping to wrap up this morning's conversations.
Thank you. I'm actually going to set my timer. I know I'm standing between everybody and lunch, so I'm going to try to keep an eye on that. I heard a lot of really great thoughts and proposals here today. So what I try to do is kind of scribble some notes to be quick and to also be complimentary to what everybody said instead of sort of repeating some of the points that you've already heard. So to start, my name is Alyssa Tafty. As you mentioned, I am the chair of the Federal Labor Caucus for the NOVA Labor Federation. I was until about a week and a half ago a federal employee for over 11 years. I was president of my union, AFGE Local 2211. I was an economist for the government for those 11 years at a small agency. My local was one of six. My local has 6 agencies in it, the local that I used to be president of. So I have experience in the inner workings of 6 different agencies and some of the way that things happen there. So I think I have some knowledge about how the federal government works as well. I left my job about a week and a half ago because I thought this work was too important for me to be silent about the impact that this is having on federal workers, and I want to be able to help federal workers and federal unions be able to understand their rights and help be able to work to maintain their rights. And so that I left willingly, but I am continuing to work on that. In terms of the things that I can speak to you all after this, if you have, or in response to any of your questions, is a little bit about what has been going on, how this impacts federal workers,
and how federal workers and the unions are responding to some of these actions. So just to sort of note what is happening, we're seeing, you guys know it just as well as I do, a string of illegal firings in different forms to drastically cut the government and dismantle a number of agencies. We know that this is not about efficiency. You saw those numbers up there. 80,000 jobs from the VA is not to create efficiency. You've heard in the news that the goal of this is to inflict trauma on federal workers. The goal of this is to make federal workers so miserable that they will quit. So I think what you're seeing is when you're calculating what the impact will be on the state, you're going to see a lot of different things. We're talking about the unemployment numbers. And we're talking about debating whether those are going to go up or they're not going to go up. You're going to have that cost, but you're going to have other costs as well, because the unemployment numbers in Virginia aren't going to be reflective of the number of people you have who are out of work. You're going to have costs and demands on things like your healthcare system. What I hear most from federal employees is their concerns about their future in terms of healthcare. I've heard from multiple federal employees who are saying to me, I have this serious medical condition that is being treated, and if I don't have access or if I can't afford healthcare, does that count? They were asking me for the lawsuits. Does that count as irreparable harm? And I've had to say no. But they're facing losing the ability to be able to treat those medical conditions. And that burden is also going to fall on the state when they can't do that. We have a number of people who are on admin leave or effectively paying employees to not go to work. You're not seeing the numbers of unemployment that you're going to see as those people are taken off of admin leave, as those risks fully go through. We're seeing uncertainty. I've had my former members, we had some probationary employees who were fired. You're seeing you get fired, you get brought back. Oh, wait, you're on admin leave. Oh, wait, no, you're back. That's also going to be impacting the provision of services and the regulatory actions that the government takes, which is going to have an impact at the state level as well. We know that there's a mental health impact for all of this. I have already heard instances of loss of life as a result of this. There's demonization of the federal workers that is unlike anything we've ever seen, I think. And they're being told that we're calling them lazy, right? There was the comment about the federal workers will leave these less productive jobs to go to more productive jobs in the private sector. These are federal employees who are providing the services that touch our lives every single day. And we don't know it because we don't see it because it works for the most part. And it's invisible to all of us. But every time you take food out of your refrigerator, a federal employee is making sure that that food is safe for you to eat. You turn on the tap and you pour yourself a glass of water. There's federal employees that are making sure that the regulations are being abided by to make that safe. We're going to start seeing the provision of those services disrupted. That burden is going to be on the state. So in terms of the mental health, some of the things you've asked us for ideas of things to do, your voices matter. Your constituents hear what you have to say. And I think the federal employees need to hear they have your support, and I think the public needs to hear about how important the federal services are that they provide and how much we value them, because we do need to consider the mental health of our federal employees. Another thing that has happened recently that you've seen is the attack on collective bargaining rights. My former agency was listed in the executive order where the agency suddenly was, they've decided is suddenly a national security work and not eligible. I just want to note that that collective bargaining rights for federal employees, that was given to federal workers through bipartisan vote of Congress. Congress recognized it is in the statute that collective bargaining is in the public interest. It saves money, it makes us all safer. And that is an attack on not just federal workers, but that is going to be an attack on all workers. It's an attack on all workers because indirectly every single worker is impacted by the work of the federal government. But it's an attack on all workers because what happens to federal workers, the way that the collective bargaining rights and sort of labor rights for federal workers, that gets translated to the broader workforce. So another important thing that I ask for you to do is to stand up for collective bargaining rights and for unionization, not just for federal workers, not just for public sector workers, but for all workers. We know that unionization makes our state, our workforce stronger. It helps our economy as well. So if you're concerned about the economy of the state, that's something that all need to be thinking about. Not on time. I'm a little bit. All right, I'm gonna stop soon. I promise. I want to just note a couple of different things. I've heard a bit about how we get federal workers new jobs. I just also want to highlight that the federal workers who are getting their jobs, that many of them, like you guys have heard from other people today, are people with really specific skill sets, highly skilled individuals, but with really particular skill sets. It makes it really hard to find another job in another field. The economy is going to have a really hard time absorbing this many people, and there is going to be an economic impact because of that. And again, it's going to impact all of the workers in the state, because when you have high unemployment rates, we know what happens to wage rates. We know what happens to small businesses that are not getting the business that they previously had. So a few things that you can do. Make sure that the unemployment rules are covering those who are fired for probation in their probationary period. I don't know if that's clear, but I have a lot of federal workers asking me about that. For some of the probationary workers, they were fired supposedly for cause when there wasn't in fact cause. Will that impact their ability to access unemployment? Contractors, I've heard, are from, they're very vulnerable and they're very concerned. And the time that unemployment insurance is available is also quite limited, especially when you're somebody with a specialized skill set who is looking for another job. We know that when you rush to get another job, your potential earnings are lower for your entire lifetime. And again, that has an economic impact on the state. Yeah, I think I'll stop there. I think everybody else has mentioned the potential for emergency loans was raised. I think that's an important recommendation. The mental health services, eviction protection is also another really important positive way that you all could assist the federal workers. I'll stop there so that we can all get lunch, but I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, and deeply appreciate your presentation, and know that we all are hearing you, and really value the perspective that you're providing. Does any member have any comments or questions? Delegate Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding and make sure that people here today can understand, because we're hearing about that there are jobs available in Virginia, which I think is a great opportunity. But specifically, the federal workers, if they leave, they're removed, they're fired, or whatever have you, and let's say they do take up other jobs in Virginia that are certainly available, what happens to the services that they're no longer providing to the constituents of Virginia and throughout the Commonwealth?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. I saw a lot of things like the data that you all were using for federal government data. What happens when those are the people who are fired? We're hearing about HHS, right, those firings, or veterans who are not going to be able to access the service that they need. Wait, am I actually answering? I am answering questions. Okay, sorry, just wanted to make sure I just didn't get so caught up in my train of thought. There's so many services that the federal government is providing that are being cut right now, and that cost, the burden of that, will absolutely fall on the state and on localities. And there's certain things that you can't recreate, right? You can't in every state recreate some of the things that are not happening at the federal level, but there will absolutely be a cost when you have a less healthy population, when you have a more food insecure population. All of that will absolutely cost us.
Any other comments? I just wanted to highlight, I know one of the things that we had heard at our first meeting in February was that same concern with respect to if you were let go, a probationary employee, and the letter is kind of vague in terms of why you were let go. ensuring that doesn't just bar you from unemployment benefits. I think the commissioner, the Virginia Employment Commissioner, did a nice job of laying that fear, and I see Secretary Slater nodding, is that they still would be eligible. It's always something you got to look at on an individual basis, but by and large, they'd still be eligible for those benefits. And I believe Delegate Hernandez taped that and put that up on his Facebook feed. You can also look back and see that. Anyways, Secretary Slater, I didn't know if you wanted to say anything more than that.
Yeah. Basically, federal employees and actually contractors are eligible for unemployment benefits if they're terminated or let go because their position isn't needed, they're told they weren't doing a good job. The only thing that generally prevents someone from getting UI is being fired for what's the terminology you use? For standards of conduct. If you get caught stealing, if you punch your boss in the nose, you're not eligible for unemployment. If you're fired because you're not doing a good job, because we don't need your position anymore, because you wore blue socks on Tuesday, you're eligible for unemployment. And contractors, federal contractors are eligible too, because almost all federal contractors are actually employees of a contracting firm. So they're eligible for unemployment benefits also.
Thank you for hearing that. Delegate Simon.
Yeah, so just a reminder, and I think maybe Alyssa can help me with this. So if somebody can remind me, what is the UI benefit? It's like a couple $100 a month. $278 a month.
A week.
$278 a week. How does that compare to what most of your members were making before? I have a theory. It's talking about this lagging indicator. I think one of the things here is the data doesn't lag. The data comes in. But I think a lot of members probably, you can tell me if I'm wrong about this, for $278 a week, they're waiting to go through the sort of trouble of filing for UI. I think one thing, they may not qualify, but two, is it really worth it to go through all the effort and the paperwork and everything for what's a relatively small amount of money given what they were making before? So that's sort of a compound question. We sort of react to that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on the areas where we have, the whole DS scale in terms of income levels throughout the state. So I think it definitely, in Northern Virginia, I think I saw in the presentation that there was sort of a higher proportion of people at higher GS levels. So I think it's going to vary in different parts of Virginia. But and also another thing that I want when we talk about that and the unemployment benefits, with the risks, there's going to be severance attached. And I know that some of the rules are confusing around severance also and unemployment insurance and how that works. So I think that's another thing that that people are going to be confused about. It's sort of wading through a lot of different things that the federal employees don't have information about. That does make it much harder for them to do it for what is a small amount of money. That is correct. However, when you are facing no income, obviously, when you're facing no income, any sort of support is important, but I think it is important for us to talk about raising that amount.
In one case, I just want to be clear about the contractor. To the extent that a contractor is an employee of a company that contracts, say Accenture or whatever, then they'd be covered by UI. But if somebody's truly an individual contractor, they wouldn't qualify for UI, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Delegate Watts, the last question.
There's several comments I want to make. And I've talked with many people since. We've seen news after news about the rules that we thought were there are not being honored. So I still hold that since the federal government has to reimburse our decision to grant unemployment, that doesn't necessarily mean that we won't be holding the bag for the federal amount. Again, they have again and again reneged on contracts, on grants, etc. So I believe as we are looking at the impact on Virginia, I must still say that this is a deep concern of mine, that the federal government will leave us having to replenish the
unemployment insurance fund either through businesses and or through the general fund to make it whole again, as they do not cover, as they have again and again on so many other things not covered it. I want to also say in this context that, as Chairman McKay mentioned, the request had been for a $100 increase, and the increase was, I believe, $52. I want to underscore here in Northern Virginia, our cost of living is, round numbers, 145% to the rest of the state's 100. So when we're talking about $378 a week, apply that 145% cost of living, much of which is driven by cost of housing, but there are other underlying things. So that the fact that it was not increased $100, rather only $52, hits this area particularly hard, again, where we have so many employees. And again, I underscore what the Northern Virginia Regional Commission stated, that as they went through the numbers and they talked about where people worked versus where they lived, the budget impact is on where they live. That's where the mental health services will have to be provided. That's where the unemployment insurance will have to be provided. That's where the daycare has to be provided. And so I only look at where they live, which is twice the percentage of where they work. And I really hate to see us undersell what the magnitude of the problem is that we are going to have to deal with, both in a loss of revenue as well as the government services that are going to have to be provided. And then I'm going to say one other thing in closing. I probably shouldn't, but Pastor, in our church in December, there was a meeting after services, which now is attended by over 40 people who are federal employees or contractors, civilian or military. And my husband attended, and he thought, well, I don't really belong here as a retiree. But then again, he's been through a few rifts. They were all legally done. He had a much better idea of exactly what the processes and procedures were. But in that first meeting, he mentioned, and don't drink, because you really are hitting the core reason of why am I in, what have I devoted my life to? And I'm being told that I'm worthless. Well, it turned out that this group now meets every week, again, more than 40 people, and a part of it is that mental health aspect of how do I handle the mental trauma that often comes with middle age, besides that we are dealing with a number of our employees. And by the way, Dave and I are still married, and somehow we got through it all. But it's for the families, it's not just economic. It is very real in many, many ways as the kids are in school and heading off to college as well.
Thank you very much, Delegate Watson. Delegate Theda, you had one clarifying question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to ask the Secretary one more time, could you clarify about the contractor, and do they have to be part of an organization, or can they just be an independent contractor to get benefits?
Let's get on my...
Employees, federal contractors, when people talk about federal contractors, they're almost always talking about a company that they contract with, like Deloitte, Accenture, or anything like that. People that work for them are generally referred to as federal contractors, but they work for a contracting company. They are eligible for unemployment if they're laid off. I was an assistant secretary in 2 different cabinet departments and have over 11 years of federal service. And I don't know, because I used to sign contracts, I don't ever remember signing anything for a 1099 employee. A 1099 employee would be someone who would not be eligible for unemployment because they are technically self-employed. My knowledge, I'm going to say I'm not the expert, but I don't ever remember in 4 different agencies that I work for ever meeting a 1099 employee. It's not to say that one doesn't exist somewhere, but federal contractors work for everybody from Dragonfly to Accenture to Booz Allen to Deloitte to Ernst & Young to all the other alphabets. Yeah. So that clarify. And I will say the UI benefit increase the governor has puts us on par with Maryland.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank you very, very much. All right. At this point, we're going to take an abbreviated break. We're going to try to be back in our chairs by 1:15 so that we can get into our afternoon. Just so that you know, we'll start off with an overview of the federal budget process. I thought it would be really useful to have a subject matter expert to come in and talk about what we could expect with respect to timing. We'll also do a deep dive into the impacts of those cuts in higher education research. This seems like a perfect place to be able to do that. And then we've got a very timely presentation from the Northern Virginia Community College on Nova Next partnership with respect to how we transition displaced federal workers. And so with that, we'll go at ease. We'll see you at 1:15.
All right, good afternoon, and welcome back to part 2 of our emergency committee meeting. Hope everybody's all fueled up, brains are working at 100%, ready to go ahead and dive into some additional data and information. Wanted to introduce our first group, and I think this is going to be really valuable. For those of us in the General Assembly, we're used to the cadences of how the Virginia budget process works. It makes sense to us. I don't know that it necessarily makes sense to constituents who watch the process, but we kind of understand how that works. I think one of the challenges with respect to the state is that we aren't used to the way the federal process works. And in this case, I'm not sure this is the way the normal process works anyways. And so really excited to have us with us here today, Jason Gleason and Wally Burnett with Crossroads Strategies. And they are experts at the federal level with respect to watching the budget, understanding the budget, and being able to provide some real insights about what we might be able to expect over the next couple of years. So this is going to be very helpful as we prepare for how to navigate those impacts. I know for our appropriations staff, this is going to be extraordinarily valuable in terms of what to expect, both from congressional action and also action at the executive level. So thank you so much for being here with us today. I'm really looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you, Chairman. And as the Chairman said, my name is Jason Gleason. It's my colleague Wally Burnett with Crossroads Strategies, which is a federal consulting and lobbying firm in Washington, D.C. By way of background, I grew up in Loudoun County, Virginia. I live there now, but I worked in the Maryland delegation my whole career on the Hill. Regardless, very familiar with the impact of the federal government on the region, so appreciate the opportunity to be here. My colleague Wally worked in the Appropriations Committee for many years, so hopefully we can provide a little insight. I don't know about cadence. I think that cadence is quite broken in terms of how the federal budget operates at this point, but we can walk you through a little bit of what to expect in the coming year, including the FY 2025 continuing resolution, which was recently signed into law, the FY 2026 appropriations process. Overlaying that will be a reconciliation process, which is heavily involved in tax and spending policy, which we can talk about some more. And then also a little bit of a new wrinkle, potentially some additional executive authorities exercised around whether or not to spend that money, regardless of what's with those appropriation bills. So with that, I'll turn it over to my colleague Wally to start, talk a little bit about the continuing resolution.
Thank you. My name is Wally Burnett. And as Jason mentioned, I did serve 7 years on the Senate Appropriations Committee. Before that, I did spend some time at both the Department of Defense and at the Department of Transportation in budgetary functions. So I've seen this process from a number of different angles. The FY25 budget at the federal level was unique in my history in that it's the first time that the FY25 spending didn't increase over the prior year. So FY25 was frozen at 24 levels. There were some puts and takes movements. There was an emphasis placed on some defense spending and on border spending, which reflect the priorities of the Trump administration. And that since earmarked the congressionally directed spending from the FY24 process had been placed in the 24 bill, it wasn't necessary to repeat it in the FY25 bill. So they zeroed out all those earmarks, but they didn't remove those monies from the actual accounts that they were drawn from. So some of those accounts now find themselves with extra discretionary money that they'll either spend during the balance of FY25 or the Appropriations Committee in a subsequent piece of legislation will direct where they want that money to be spent. They weren't able to provide as much direction in the FY25 continuing resolution as they would in a normal bill. The other thing that I think is really significant about the continuing resolution is that it was the least partisan, or the least bipartisan appropriations measure. The appropriations process, by its very nature, is very bipartisan. There's compromises between the majority and minority parties, and that just didn't occur in this process, and that doesn't augur well for the process going forward. I would argue the appropriations process has been broken for a number of years, but it's not getting better under the current approach. With that, I think I'll just let you go. So that's where things stand.
we have a continuing resolution in place that runs through September 30th. There's going to be a lot going on between now and then that be required to keep the government open, and also that may change some of these outcomes that Wally was just describing and some other outcomes that had previously been signed into law. So I mentioned that there's a little bit of a new dynamic with this administration where they really intend to push executive authority limits in terms of whether or not they have to follow these appropriations bills and laws to the T, or whether they have some flexibility there. This potentially implicates not only the levels that were provided in the CR, but also the levels that were provided in prior legislation that played out over many years, namely the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act, which obviously happened during the prior administration and represented that administration, and in a unified Democratic Congress, it represented their priorities, which this administration's priorities and this Congress's priorities are very different. So there's a lot of conflict there. So these are some tools that the administration can potentially use to change prior spending decisions. A couple of them are not necessarily controversial and have been used before, and that's rescissions and reprogramming. And what that basically means is if there is money from a prior law that has not been spent, the administration can put a request to Congress to either do away with that spending, which is rescission, or reprogramming, meaning move it to another account to be spent on something else. The Congress has to approve that rescission or that reprogramming, and typically does through an appropriations bill or another spending mechanism. That's been done before. There's the possibility that that could happen in this Congress, again, given that you have Republican-controlled Congress, and many of the priorities of that majority will be similar to the priorities of this administration. But again, that is it's not, I wouldn't say it's common, but it is certainly consistent with past practice to do that sort of thing. Where they are headed that is potentially more controversial is on a couple of fronts. Number one is the concept of impoundment. And what that basically means is that the administration has taken the position, and the director of the Office of Management and Budget, who was in the first Trump administration and is in this Trump administration, testified to this concept when he was nominated and confirmed this time around, that they believe that these spending levels and appropriations bills represent a ceiling, not a floor, and that the administration has the authority to potentially not spend up to that ceiling. This is something that the Congress questions, that assertion. Certain Democrats in Congress question that assertion, and I believe, and I think Wally agrees, tell me otherwise if you think differently, that this administration intends to test that legal authority in court. It will likely play out in litigation. I think we believe that the law is pretty clear that the administration does have the obligation to spend the appropriations, the appropriated levels that Congress sets. But depending on how long this litigation goes, there's a question of at what point, the decision is sort of moot. So that was one concept that will play out certainly between the administration and Congress, and potentially in the courts. The other controversial tool that this administration has begun to use is a concept that we're calling de-obligation. And so what that means is you've actually appropriated money for a particular purpose. Potentially it's to be awarded through grants to a private entity. An obligation is made to that entity to provide the funds, often based on a competitive process. And this administration is deciding to pull back on some of that money. This could also end up in litigation, in this case between private sector entities that were awarded this money and potentially even spent some of their own funds in anticipation of receiving federal dollars. And then, again, the administration has said they wish to pull it back. I'll give an example. A lot of this has been, just an example of one agency, has been playing out in the Department of Energy very recently, where you've seen the administration try to reverse spending decisions specifically around bipartisan infrastructure law and Inflation Reduction Act monies.
and in particular ones that either attempt to advance renewable energy projects or climate-related projects. The Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy Program and the Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations are two programs or two divisions within the Department of Energy that have really seen this administration attempt to move a number of cuts to programs that exist and even projects that have begun to go forward. The Office of Clean Energy Demonstration actually has about $20 billion in grants that they have either announced or intended or planning to move forward on. The Trump administration has put out information saying that they hope to whittle that down to about $10 billion, so cutting it in half, really. So again, this will play out not just over the next weeks or months, likely over the course of this entire administration. A little bit of a sort of a separation of powers battle over executive authority on federal spending.
And then quickly on FY26, we're technically in the formulation part of the FY26 appropriations bills now. Every time there's a transition from one administration to another, there's a delay in the appropriations process. This time is no different. It may just be a little bit worse this time. We're not by law, the president's required to submit a budget by the first Monday in February. That hasn't happened under any administration.
If I could just interrupt, we actually have people who are watching streaming, but they're having a hard time hearing. So I don't know if you're able to pick that up and use it as a mic.
Sure. So better?
Perfect. Thank you.
Anyway, the budget's required to be delivered in February. It's not done that way normally in any administration, but this year we're not expected to see any kind of budget until May. Until April 28th. We're supposed to get a skinny budget from the administration, and the budget backup materials won't show up until May. The appropriations committees in the House, they're scheduled markups in June, so that they'll have roughly a month to put their bills together. And the Senate hasn't provided guidance yet, but they're supposed to do that this week. And they're expected to be on a similarly fast track. And the reason for that is that the appropriations process, particularly given the experience of the last year, I think they're worried about becoming irrelevant to decision-making in Washington. And so they believe that the way to reassert their role in the federal spending process is to get their bills done early and try to move independent appropriations bills rather than packaging them before the end of the fiscal year, and that's at the end of September. The other things that are expected in this year's process is there's not expected to be much growth in FY26 over FY25, which means effectively you'd be frozen at the same level for 3 years. The only relief to that I can see would come through the supplemental process. Congress is expected to this year at some point do some kind of disaster relief and perhaps more military spending in a supplemental bill, and that would normally be sent up in this time frame right about now and hopefully be completed by June, but I suspect that will be delayed slightly there. And the other thing to keep an eye on is the results of the DOGE investigations. Some of those cuts and those savings that they've identified will likely become considered during the appropriations process.
Through the rescission or programming, basically, yeah.
And in that process that Wally just described needs to be completed in some form or fashion by September 30th, where you have a government shutdown. I think we probably both agree that's not going to happen in terms of writing new bills, and more than likely we'll have another continuing resolution for some duration to buy more time to potentially write the bills. But with the appropriations process, it does have to be bipartisan in the end. The Senate rules are such that it requires 60 votes to enact these bills, and there are 53 Republicans, so you need 7 Democrats to buy into whatever the legislation is. So that will likely delay the process as well, potentially far into the next fiscal year. So that's the 26 appropriations process. Overlaying all of this is another budgetary process called Delegate Simon.
Sorry, I have a question. I'm sort of complimentary anyway. So we hear a little bit about reconciliation as a way around the supermajority requirement. Are you coming to that?
Yep, that's the very next thing.
Never mind.
Sorry, thank you. We do that So yes, overlaying all of this is the reconciliation process, which, as you just pointed out, does not require a majority in the Senate. But in return, anything in the reconciliation package has to be directly related to taxing or spending, as judged by the Senate parliamentarian enforcing what's called the Byrd Rule. The purpose of this package really is from the perspective of Republicans in Congress, is primarily to extend the tax rates that were enacted in the first Trump administration on individual income tax, among some other tax policies as well. But typically when you do this, you start with taxes and then you look to offset some of that cost, and you end up with spending reductions or potential tax increases elsewhere. So that process has now begun. We're in the middle of it this week. There's going to be a key vote in the House of Representatives this week to try and advance a budget resolution which sets the terms for the reconciliation process. The Senate passed this budget resolution last week. The House is going to attempt to pass it this week. What that budget resolution does is sends instructions, sends guidelines to each of the standing committees about what spending levels that committee has to mark up to. And so it gets a little bit complicated in terms of who's doing what, both within each chamber and at each committee, but in this case also between the chambers, where the Senate has directed itself to find a relatively small amount of spending reductions, $4 billion in total, while asking other committees to potentially spend additional funds. The House, meanwhile, has said they want to find $1.5 trillion in spending reductions. So Senate, $4 billion. House 1.5 trillion. Obviously, that's a tremendous difference. The reason why they are doing that is because these rules apply most directly in the Senate. If you don't meet the spending reduction requirements in the Senate, the bill is no longer privileged, and you once again require a super majority vote to pass it. So they are trying to give themselves maximum flexibility in the Senate, while the House is trying to accommodate members who wish to see very high spending reductions in their instructions to the committee. And that tension between the two chambers is, a source of friction right now in the House vote. That's why Speaker Johnson is looking for about 13 votes or so to flip that right now are no's in the budget resolution. And he needs to get to yes before the end of the week and a 2-week congressional recess. So that's where we are in the process right now. Let's assume for a moment that they're able to pass this budget resolution in the House of Representatives this week. Starting in May, the Congress comes back into session after a 2-week recess. Each of the standing committees, and the House for sure, eventually in the Senate, I think the House will move more quickly, will have to mark to certain funding levels. And I'll just tick through a couple of them. The Agricultural Committee is supposed to save $230 billion. The Armed Services Committee is allowed to spend up to $100 billion. Ed and Workforce is supposed to save $330 billion. Energy and Commerce, which this is the biggest figure of any committee in the Congress, in terms of spending reductions, has to save $880 billion. There's a few more, obviously. And then the tax committees, again, this is fundamentally starting as a tax bill. Ways and Means is entitled to spend up to $4.5 trillion, and Finance on the Senate side has the authority to go up to $1.5 trillion. The discrepancy there between the two tax writing committees is there's a ton of healthcare authority within Finance where they can make cuts. And going back to that point for a second, Energy and Commerce, the Medicaid program is really one of the fulcrums in this process. Energy and Commerce on the House side has jurisdiction over Medicaid. Finance on the Senate side. If you're going to do spending cuts in the order of what the House is trying to do, $1.5 trillion, Medicaid is likely going to have to be a very large part of it, and that's where the rubber meets the road here. There are many Republicans that want to do that. There are many Republicans that have some anxiety about doing that in both the House and the Senate. And so they're going to have to make decisions about how deeply they want to cut. And this is frankly why the Senate wants the flexibility that they're granting themselves in this budget resolution, is there is not consensus on how to do this quite yet. The The other committees that have direction here, you know, there's other programs there's healthcare programs that can be cut. There are some nutrition programs that can be cut in ag. There's spectrum sales. There's a number of things that are options here. None of that is yet done. All of that detail will be put together after the budget resolution has been passed and when the committees start to mark up reconciliation instructions throughout the summer. They will then have to cobble that bill together, put it on each chamber's floor, and pass it in identical fashion for it to become law. In terms of timing, the Speaker and the Majority Leader in the Senate have said they would like to get this reconciliation done before Memorial Day. I think we both believe that that is a very ambitious goal that perhaps won't be met. The next deadline for potentially getting the reconciliation bill done occurs in the summer. One of the things that has also been proposed in the budget resolution is to raise the debt ceiling. The House proposes to raise it by $4 trillion, the Senate by $5 trillion. That needs to get done sometime in the summer, or else we will reach the debt ceiling. More than likely, June 15th is, I believe, a date when the Treasury will report tax receipts. When that happens, they will have a more accurate view of an X date that they believe that extraordinary measures will be exhausted and we will reach the debt ceiling without raising it. That is sort of the next deadline to get reconciliation done if it's not done before the Memorial Day holiday, because they intend to move the debt ceiling increase through the reconciliation package, and it will have to be done by a certain date. So I'll stop there and if you have anything to add. I think that concludes presentation that I can provide. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I know I have a number of questions, but I will wait to see if any of my colleagues, Delegate will.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Early on in your presentation, you mentioned the concept of the budget being the appropriations being a ceiling, not a floor. So help me. I don't know. I kind of thought like that a state, when we appropriate, that's a ceiling. So help me understand.
Yeah, I think it's different. State legislature to state legislature. In the federal government, typically the administration has been required to spend to the level that is in the bill, and for the purposes stated in the bill. And that's what this administration is challenging. So they're saying we don't think we have to. It says $300 billion, and we decide we only want to spend $200 billion. We have the authority to do so. Under the Endowment Control Act, it actually says the administration can do that. They have to give Congress notice, and then the Congress has to approve that. But they're stating, this administration is stating they don't need congressional approval. That's the distinction.
And you're exactly right in terms of the rub that's going on here. The reason the Endowment Control Act was done is because they didn't want the administration to be able to hold the money and not spend it. So they create this process by which the administration can send out the request to reprogram or to rescind. And if Congress doesn't act on it within 45 days, the administration has to do it, stop arguing about it, get it out the door. And that's worked for the last 25, 30 years. And that's what this administration sees as a challenge. And it could be just a legal mechanism that they're going through, because I think the law is really clear on this. And I believe that the Endowment Control Act will control this, and so the money will have to be spent if they send the rescission notice out. If they don't do that, then someone has to take them to court, and that delays the time, and it keeps the administration from having to spend that money. And I think that's the game that's going on here.
And I would say also, I mean, this is a phenomenon that's gone on for a number of years now, where the Congress has increasingly deferred to the administration on a lot of decisions. I think one of the reasons why is because it's been so difficult to move legislation in a bipartisan fashion. If you're a member of Congress and your party is in control of the administration, it's easier to defer to them. And you know, whether it's this impoundment concept or the reconciliation process itself, which, you know, under the Biden administration, the Inflation Reduction Act was done through reconciliation. A lot of that bill was about climate policy, but they couldn't really put any details on that policy in the Congress through reconciliation because it has to all be about taxes and spending and not policy based. but they relied on the Biden administration to implement it in a way that was consistent with what really their legislative intent was. But it's a deferral to the executive branch, and we're seeing a lot of that, over time.
Okay. Delegate Higgins and then Delegate Simon. Yes, I apologize if this is kind of outside your scope, but we're looking at for the teacher projects. So say, for example, if 500 million was put forward like a clean energy project, and 20% has already been spent on the project, and companies have already started working on the project, what is the government's responsibility then if they break and say we're not going to pay for the 80% while once it's already been obligated and the companies have already started work on that? Are you able to discuss any of that?
That's the concept of de-obligation that I mentioned. And yes, this administration is testing the boundaries there as well. I don't know that I have an example where 20% of the grant has gone out the door. I think it's typical that when you actually release the funding, all the funding moves. But short of that funding reaching someone's bank account, there's a point that they call obligation, which is basically a contract between the government and the grant recipient that you're going to receive these funds. And oftentimes the recipient then uses that obligation to, that decision point to then dedicate their funds. Perhaps if you're building a project, it's, initial engineering and design or something like that you're spending, or perhaps under the program you're required a 50% match and you're setting that money aside. So again, I don't know that I have an example of where 20% of the money from the federal government has gone out the door and they pull back the other 80, but certainly there are many projects that agencies are reconsidering and potentially de-obligating where that commitment has already been made, and certainly there will be entities that have spent their own resources, and that is likely to harm in the standing that will allow them, if they so choose, to bring suit.
Thank you. And actually, I think I can speak that that's occurring up here in Northern Virginia as well. I know the city of Alexandria has a couple of projects where, like you said, it's on a reimbursement basis, and so the city is already spent money, and they're starting to realize they're probably not going to get reimbursed for the full amount if at all. Delegates,
yeah, I think my question was focused on the government aspect. So in other words, is that the process, the obligation, the process? Like we heard in Maryland, they had a whole bunch of funds they'd already spent because of COVID relief. So we say, well, COVID's over, right? We're still spending COVID relief money. It's essentially the same thing, and then I guess we'll maybe turn to our aspirations folks for another meeting to find out how much vulnerability do we have as we set our budget up. If we're expecting federal funds to come from programs and things like that, how much exposure do we have as a Commonwealth to potential de-obligation? But is that the same process that you're describing?
Yeah, in essence. And, so there are many cases where potentially state programs could be harmed in the way that you're describing. I'll still go back to one thing Wally said earlier, though. In one case, arguably the state benefited in that when we mentioned the CR, they cut out all the earmarks. Well, I'll just give you an example. The Clean Water State Revolving Fund, that typically has a lot of earmarks in that account, but it's really a formulaic allocation to the state. When they cut all the earmarks, the state's going to receive that money, but now the state has discretion to spend the money as they see fit rather than on earmarks. So it can at times cut both ways. If you're doing away with earmarks, typically that means that the state's going to have more discretion in how they spend. But if you're de-obligating programs and funding that Congress has already appropriated, that's going to typically report back from whether it be the state or nonprofit or some of these programs, for-profit companies are eligible for. So it depends on the program. We'd be happy to work with the staff on what that looks like in terms of programs that go directly to the state, perhaps on a federal state matching basis or what have you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? I guess the questions that I have, based on what I think I heard you say, so when the governor presents the budget to us, the biennial budget in December, it sounds to me like this process will be far enough along and we'll have a pretty decent understanding of what kind of de-obligations or what kind of flex programs that we can expect. So from a timing standpoint, would you agree that we should have, I guess at what point will we have a really clear view of how this is going to trickle down to the state?
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not sure that's going to come anytime soon if the administration continues to pursue the concept of impoundment. On reconciliation, yes, that should be complete by then. You mentioned Memorial Day, the debt ceiling date, and then lastly is end of the year. If nothing is done, individual tax rates will go up beginning January 1st, and I think that's maybe the debt ceiling is something to fear for sure. But certainly politically, most members on Capitol Hill don't want to see income tax rates go up automatically on January 1st. So this is a little bit outside the box, but if the reconciliation process really bogs down, you get to potentially see a good old-fashioned bipartisan tax agreement before the end of the year. But that's the timeline for reconciliation. But the impoundment piece and deobligation, that sort of just depends how long this administration wants to pursue that process.
I guess one more question. Delegate Watts had a question. So I don't know if you were here for kind of the beginning of the meeting where we had talked about what parts of our state budget are most reliant on federal budget. So one of them is in health and human services, with Medicaid services being a big part of that. So I want to say that was about 60% funded by the federal level. You had mentioned the $880 million. I think the reason that's so big is because Medicaid and similar programs come under Commerce. So could you speak a little bit to how fast that rollout of the $880 billion cuts is? Is that a 10-year horizon, 5-year horizon? And to what degree, will they have to cut services in order to be able to meet that?
Yeah, those are the questions. It's a 10-year horizon that reconciliation covers. And to your question of what they're going to do there, we don't know. Something like work requirements is probably something more within the realm of likely, whereas, per capita caps or, ending the enhanced federal match and that sort of thing is more difficult. When you start to take benefits, there's political price there. And, one man's waste and abuse is another man's, so these are where the questions are going to play out. And I think there's going to be a lot of folks weighing in with members on these committees, Energy and Commerce Committee and the Finance Committee, about how deeply to make this cuts. So the Medicaid will be a major part of it. Thank you. Delegate Watts.
Before we leave that, just two things I'd add to that. The 880 is a floor, so they could, if Energy and Commerce found more savings in those accounts, they could go beyond that. No one is expecting them to go a penny above what they have to get, because those cuts are bad and difficult to come to. And the other thing, if you step back from it and look at what is the context, why do they have to get there? It's what creates a problem between the House and Senate consideration in this whole process. The House, conservatives, fiscal hawks, and Freedom Caucus folks, they're terrified that they're going to get jammed by the Senate with a bill that doesn't make the kind of cuts they want to see to spending overall. And that would happen because the Senate has lower expectations of what they have to do. They say this is all we can do. We can't pass any more cuts than this. And then they pass that thing through, and the House is put in a take it or leave it situation. So that's the issue you're talking about here is exactly what makes the whole process as difficult as it is to come to an agreement between the House and the Senate Republicans.
Thank you. Delegate Watts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my question is about the tax calendar. You said that at the end of this calendar year, this tax year, 2025. So my recollection was that when the tax reform was passed in 2017, we had a whole year before we had to act as a conformity state, to act on the degree to which we would conform. Am I hearing that we will not have that year, but that the action that must take place by the end of 2025 applies to tax year 2026, and we will have to make our decisions on conformity in the 2026 session?
I'm not familiar with the conformity concept, but what I do know is that if nothing is done by the end of the calendar year, in calendar year 2026, federal income tax rates on individuals will go up. And that is the political trap that members of Congress don't want to fall into.
By conformity, we conform with many of the provisions are exactly the same in our tax code as they are in the federal for the simplicity, but there are times when we've not felt that we could possibly go along with it. So I'm now going to look at the calendar differently. I'm ready here.
Delegate Higgins. As we're having this discussion about what's being delegated, so when we're looking, when we're saying, for example, when we're saying 13 billion, it's already sitting in a pot. So does the administration now have the authority to obligate it to something else, and Congress has obligated those funds for a purpose?
It's still, the money is still in an account that has uses that are applicable uses for it. So as Jason mentioned, a lot of those are formula funds that would just go out to the recipient states for that. So in some of those pots, that's how they come out. In other pots where the Congress is just earmarking discretionary funds, then the administration will have the discretion to make grants or execute those funds consistent with what the law says for a particular account.
Or not do anything with it. I haven't heard of them trying to actually deobligate funds and then use them for a different purpose. It's more deobligate and then not spend. And to the extent that they would use it for a different purpose, I think they would send up a reprogram. Yeah, I mean, that's the question of whether or not to spend it, impoundment is legally dubious. If you were to not spend it and spend it on a different purpose, it's even more further afield from, I think, where the courts would allow them to go.
So one final question, unless anybody else has one, something I'm curious about, the supermajority rule in the Senate. Not anything, I don't believe, that's in our Constitution. It's a rule, right? It's a long-standing rule. Does there ever become a point in which that becomes a hurdle that can be swept away, since changing the rules only requires a simple majority? Is that something that could conceivably happen?
I mean, it's been discussed through multiple Congresses at this point, and it's been chipped away at. There is no longer a supermajority required for executive nominees or judicial nominees up to the Supreme Court, now including the Supreme Court. And first it was everyone up to the Supreme Court, and now it's including that. So it's been chipped away at over the years. It still remains for legislative purposes. And there's even some nuance with regard to reconciliation. And in this particular process, the Senate is trying to use a concept called current policy baseline, which basically means that rather than scoring the bill based on how tax policy existed before the first Trump administration tax cuts, they're scoring against current policy baseline, meaning extending the tax cuts doesn't technically cost anything for purposes of scoring in the Congress. There was a debate with the parliamentarian over whether that is within the rules. They've sort of come to an accommodation at this point where they think they can do it in a way where it does not score anything over the next 10 years as opposed to permanency. But there's a tension with the parliamentarian that the majority has to navigate. And they can overrule the parliamentarian through a point of order that requires just a bare majority, but that's again chipping away at the filibuster and against the supermajority. So yes, to answer your question, no one's really said out loud we want to do away with it altogether in this Congress, but it's a constant source of debate.
Right, and it's what Senator Manchin and Sinema kept the last majority when the Democrats held the House, Senate, and the White House. And there's a lot of Republicans who would like to have, they have all three of those things. They would like to have that kind of flexibility to do things. But there tends to be a handful of people in the Senate that say, no, smaller states are protected by this rule, and we're not going to give away this protection. I think if it's likely to happen, it'll happen when there's a Democrat in the White House, Democrat control of the House and the Senate, and they have a significant majority where one or two people get frustrated. It would have happened last time if they'd had a couple more votes. And then, and once it's done with one party, the other party will embrace it.
All right. Thank you very much. Seeing any other questions? That was very insightful, very useful information, and looking forward to further updates from you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Next up, again, as we mentioned very timely, that we're at the Virginia Tech Innovation Center. We want to dive a little bit into federal impacts on higher education research. And with us, we have Deborah Altenberg, Vice President for Research Policy and Advocacy with the Association of Public and Land Grant University. So thank you so much for being here with us today. The floor is yours.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Again, my name is Deborah Altenberg. As the chairman just said, I'm Vice President for Research Policy and Advocacy at the Association of Public and Land Grant Universities. Our association is in D.C., but I want to tell you all I am a proud citizen of the city of Alexandria. I've lived in my house with my family for 20 years, just a mile from this new facility. So like all of you, I have a personal stake in the continued success of our great state. So on a professional level, I have the great privilege of working for the Association of Public and Land Grant Universities, also known as APLU. We are the oldest higher education association. We were founded in 1887. And we have members in all 50 states, the District of Columbia, 6 U.S. territories, Canada, and Mexico. And our three big priorities that we work with our members to focus on is increasing student success and workforce readiness, promoting innovative scientific research broadly in all disciplines, and bolstering economic and community engagement for our members. So this is just a few of by the numbers of all of our members. In the state of Virginia, APLU's membership includes George Mason University, James Madison University, Old Dominion University, the University of Virginia, Virginia Commonwealth University, Virginia Tech, Virginia State University, and William & Mary. I want to be clear at the beginning that I don't represent any of these individual campuses. In this presentation, I've curated publicly available data for our Virginia members. I've communicated with all the institutions, but I will not speak to the specifics of the operations of these institutions. Your first speakers about the federal budget sort of gave an overview of where we are in the appropriations process. I thought it would be helpful for you to sort of have the visualization of the full federal budget. So these graphs are from my colleagues at the American Association for the Advancement of Science, and I think they're really helpful here. So all of the things in red in this pie chart are mandatory spending. So Congress doesn't appropriate those parts of the budget. Those are sort of on automatic pilot. Congress only appropriates every year that small bit that's sort of in the blue-green color. And the two tiny pieces of pie that we pulled out here, defense R&D and non-defense R&D, that is the funding that potentially goes to colleges and universities for research projects. So you can see that it's really not that much money that you're talking about. It's also interesting that Congress is spending sort of all of this time focused on a reconciliation project and appropriations when that is the smallest sort of piece of the budget here. So eventually they're going to have to come back around to talking about Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid. So I just think that this is helpful in setting the stage for what you all are thinking about. And then I just pulled out a second set to bring us back down to the federal research agencies is what we'll be talking about. So the first chart is all of the discretionary funding appropriated to all of the various federal agencies. But the second chart represents just 10% of that, which is the portion of those agencies that is going to federal research programs. And I wanted to share these with you so that as we drill down into thinking about what is happening in Virginia, you have the sort of portion of all of the federal research funding that's available. The Higher Education Research and Development Survey, called the HERD, is conducted by the National Center for Science and Engineering Statistics at the National Science Foundation. So they collect every year from colleges and universities across the country. Any college or university that has spent at least $150,000 in R&D, they ask them to provide reporting about where their R&D funding comes from and what areas they're doing research in. So this is about 915 universities across the United States. And policymakers like yourself for seeing gains. And we can also compare funding levels between universities and states and examine long-term trends. So this first graph, pie chart, looks at all sources of research funding at APLU members. So it's about $2 billion in the state of Virginia, and it's a little, almost evenly split, a little bit more from non-federal sources, but this might be particularly healthy in a time in which we may see federal agencies cutting funding. So what is in that non-federal category? That includes state funding, that includes potentially partnerships with corporations, it includes donations that universities may be getting, it includes potentially endowment spending. So there are a lot of things in that non-federal, but a lot of that is probably state funding. And I did a whole bunch of different cuts of this data to help you think more about what's happening. So in Virginia, for the APLU numbers, these are the agencies that are providing the most money to Virginia institutions. So you'll see here that the Department of Health and Human Services, which includes the NIH, it's almost $500 million of research funding going to institutions in Virginia. Also pretty healthy representation from the Department of Defense and the National Science Foundation. The National Science Foundation, also important because it's headquartered here in Alexandria. Within the DoD, you have DARPA, the Office of Naval Research, and the Air Force Office of Scientific Research, all housed in Arlington. The other thing that I wanted to say is the other agencies category you'll see there is 13.1%, $138.5 million. This includes other agencies, smaller agencies like NOAA, the U.S. Geological Survey, which is also headquartered in Virginia, the Department of Education, USAID, and several other smaller agencies. So I just wanted to help visualize for everyone our members and the federal agency that provides the most money to those institutions. You'll see that for Virginia Tech and George Mason, DoD is their largest federal funder. For University of Virginia and Virginia Commonwealth University, it's Health and Human Services, which is likely NIH funding. And James Madison and Old Dominion is NSF. Virginia State is the Department of Agriculture. And William and Mary is a little interesting. NSF is their largest single funder. But when we did the numbers, William and Mary also reports $16.5 million in the other category. And I did a little digging, and they have at William and Mary a large funding from NOAA and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service as some of their larger funders in that category. So before I talk about the climate of federal research funding in Washington, I just wanted to shine a bit of a light on how Virginia institutions of higher ed have been doing over time. So these next couple of charts show over time the funding levels from these federal agencies to Virginia institutions. And you'll see a very similar tale in each of these. Virginia has really has increased since the 2000s in the funding from all of these agencies. really consistent growth. So this first one is NSF. The second one is the Department of Defense. And this last one is NIH, Department of Health and Human Services, which a majority of that funding is NIH. I think this graph, the increase is actually a little steeper. And as I understand it, the state of Virginia has made a combined, I think, investment in biotechnology in recent years through the efforts of things like the Virginia Life Sciences Coalition. I just did a little bit of digging. So total NIH funding for the state of Virginia is $595 million. It supports about 6,828 jobs, and that translates into economic activity just by NIH. It translates into $1.65 billion for the state. So that investment that the state has made has been combined with that investment that the federal government made in the biosciences here in Virginia. But let's talk about some of the storm clouds, and there are storm clouds. We just heard the saga of what's happening with the reconciliation and the budget and the appropriations process. So I want to return to what happened with how FY25 was resolved. So FY25 was resolved with a continuing resolution that funded most federal agencies at FY24 levels. But FY24 wasn't exactly a great year for federal R&D. FY24, there was actually a 10% cut in federal R&D from FY23. So those cuts continued into 25. And Congress did actually cut funding a little bit further in some of these agencies. Some of this was the dissolution of earmarks, but some of this was not. So what is happening now with these federal agencies is from the passage of the CR, they have 45 days to submit spending plans for the remainder of the 6 months in FY25. So we are likely to see more funding cuts at the research agencies because they've already had to spend at FY24 levels, and now they've been told potentially they have less money, so they have to make up for those cuts. And additionally, on March 26th, President Trump announced his plan to cancel some funds Congress had labeled emergency funds. They had labeled it emergency funding in FY24 because they were trying to get around budget caps. So they continued that emergency funding label into FY25, and the president announced he was not going to recognize that as emergency funding, so he wasn't going to spend that funding. So according to the White House announcement, this would mean that there will be further cuts to the NSF, the National Institutes of Standards and Technology, and the Economic Development Authority, all of which provide some funding to universities. Adding to these known cuts, the administration has been delaying and canceling hundreds of millions of dollars in grants and contracts across federal agencies. APLU members in Virginia have reported canceled grants from the Department of Education, USAID, the Department of Defense, the National Institutes of Health, the National Endowment for Humanities, and others. I don't have numbers of canceled grants for everyone, but many reported to me all are in the double digits of grants that they have had canceled. Some of the grant cancellations seem to be focused on the subject matter of the grants. Others are canceled due to the stated desire of the administration to close or significantly reduce certain agencies. The Department of Health and Human Services is maintaining a public spreadsheet that they're updating every Friday that includes cancellations at several Virginia institutions and the state itself. And I checked the 51-page spreadsheet on Sunday night. There were a number of cancellations to Virginia state agencies for public health programs, including childhood immunization and substance abuse. So it's not just Virginia higher ed institutions that are being impacted by these cancellations. The recent announcement of significant reorganization of the Department of Health and Human Services and the closure of certain agencies and offices could potentially lead to further grant cancellations. This kind of mass cancellation of existing grants, in some cases entire agencies, is not something our nation's universities have witnessed before, and it has caused widespread confusion at universities, and they're having to make difficult decisions. So, can universities appeal these cancellations? How long would an appeal take? What is the likelihood of success? Does the university have resources to supply bridge funding to faculty members in their labs if a grant has been canceled, as they look for other funding, and for how long could they provide that bridge funding? Should universities limit graduate student admissions in certain disciplines if federal funding is uncertain? Some universities have announced hiring freezes or hiring slowdowns. Are there planned university construction projects that have been impacted by grant cancellations? Should construction or other program investments be paused until further information is available? Many of the grants that have been canceled, there's no information about if they will be made available in the future through new programs. Some cancellations have been challenged in courts, but there's certainly no measure of whether or not people will be successful in those challenges. Universities are really in uncharted waters, and each institution will need to make decisions based on their institution's resources and risk tolerances. State governments may need to decide if they will provide funding to fill these gaps. I was asked by your staff to talk particularly about one policy announcement made by the administration that would be particularly problematic to the university community and lead to a significant loss in funding to operate research facilities. Late on Friday, February 7th, the National Institutes of Health issued a policy guide notice that said starting on February 10th, which would have been that Monday, the NIH would limit facilities and administrative costs to 15% for current grants to institutions of higher education and 15% for future grants to all types of institutions. The announcement sent shockwaves through our community and could have resulted in almost an immediate $4 billion loss to research funding. For the first time in its over 100-year history, APLU decided to join other higher ed associations, including the AAU and ACE, in suing the federal government to try to stop this action. This past Friday, a federal judge issued a permanent injunction against the administration moving forward with this policy proposal. However, the administration may yet appeal this ruling, and there does seem to be a desire by some in Congress to change the F&A system. So it's important for U.S. state lawmakers to understand F&A and the impact changes might have on the operations of public universities. So what is F&A? After the buildup of U.S. research efforts after the Manhattan Project, an advisor to President Roosevelt named Vannevar Bush, he helped propose a new system for supporting research at U.S. universities. This partnership between the federal government and universities was created to support research advancing the national interest. This research aims to meet specific national goals such as health, welfare, economic growth, and national security. Universities, not the federal government, assume the risk of building the necessary infrastructure to compete for federal research grants. Along with this system, Vannevar helped establish a two-part funding model that leveraged university assets for incremental costs by the federal government. The two parts included direct costs. So this first slide is all the things that are considered direct costs. This is people, this is travel, this is equipment, lab slides, pipettes, all of those kind of things. And then indirect costs. Indirect costs include administrative support services and other things related to research, and that was all fully reimbursed by the federal government. As time has gone on, the number of research universities has expanded and the cost of conducting research has increased. The system for funding has evolved. And while the federal government no longer fully reimburses universities for the full cost of research, it's still the biggest supporter at around 55% of those costs. So today, when a researcher wins an award, the award agreement is actually with the Institution of Higher Education. The award agreement has the two parts. One is direct costs, and the other is for indirect costs. So the second slide talks about all of the things that go into the indirect cost bucket. The indirect costs is all the infrastructure needed to run university research operations and maintenance, like heat, electricity, the equipment that might be shared by multiple labs, libraries, hazardous waste material disposal, and the cost of compliance with federal research regulations like lab safety and research safety, accounting, and other services. These are the real costs of doing research, and they are paid up front by the university. Imagine trying to track each of these kind of things as direct costs. How much electricity is used by each of the 5 grants that might be funded in the lab? Or how much of the HR office is used to support graduate students that might be working on a grant? How much of campus IT services should be charged to each grant? The current F&A system was really designed to allow for periodic examination by the federal government, each universities, of their space and the resources utilized to sponsor research. An F&A rate is created based on a formula that compares these indirect costs to the total modified cost of doing research. There are 2 government offices that oversee F&A negotiations, one at the Department of Defense, the other at the Department of Health and Human Services. And it's a real negotiation. Universities have to go in with audited books and the square footage of every lab on their campus, and they work with these federal officials to establish the rate. The facilities and the administrative costs are calculated separately. A portion is actually tapped for the federal government, so the federal government will only pay 26% of those administrative costs. It doesn't actually mean that administrative costs expenses have remained flat. In those decades, in fact, the federal government has expanded federal research regulations 270 times since 1991. So that's a huge new set of regulations that campuses have to comply with. Each university has a different rate depending on the facilities on their campus. Medical research centers might have a higher cost due to specialized needs, along with animal care facilities, institutions that have supercomputers. There might be unique costs that make each institution's F&A rate slightly different. I had a couple of, I brought copies in case you need them if anybody's eyes don't want to be too strained. I just brought this extra example for everybody of a typical building on a college campus, a lab, and it has some great visuals here for you about what is a direct cost and what is an indirect cost, so you can see how universities are reimbursed. It's important to dispel a couple of misunderstandings about the current system. It is a reimbursement system, so universities pay all of these costs up front, and they are reimbursed as research is completed. And just because, say, formula rate might say, you've seen a lot in the news maybe that, this university has a 63% rate. It does not mean that 63 cents of every research dollar goes to indirect costs. There are a large number of things that they are costs to research, but they are excluded from the calculation. So any capital expense is excluded. If there's tuition remission for a graduate student, that is excluded. If the university has a shared grant with another university, there's a threshold under which the second university doesn't get any F&A unless you reach a higher threshold. So there's a whole bunch of things that get excluded. So really, university has a negotiated rate, but usually they have an effective rate that ends up being much lower because of all the things that you have to exclude. The rate that was proposed by the administration of 15% is just simply not realistic. There's no university in the country that can operate research labs at those rates. The Virginia Alliance of Public and Land Grant Universities estimated that there would be a loss of $109 million collectively to their institutions if this rate was applied to their FY24 expenditures. And they also estimated that if this 15% cap was expanded to other federal agencies, because there are some rumors that that is the desire of the administration, there would be a $273 million loss based on FY24 numbers. None of the costs of doing research could go away with a lower cap. Universities will have to find other funding sources, potentially cut their internal budget, reduce the number of research labs on campus, reduce the number of graduate students, or other drastic measures. Many smaller institutions may decide the cost of participating in research is just too high. The current system of F&A is not without fault. It is often complicated to explain, and there definitely could be more efficiencies created in the system. There are a number of ongoing discussions about possibilities in an alternate of what the administration has proposed. And the National Academies of Science recently launched a study that is going to focus specifically on improving the regulatory efficiency. So can we reduce some of the workload of all of those regulations? And I think these things need to go hand in hand. If there is going to be reform to F&A, we also need reform for all of those regulations that universities have to follow. So in conclusion, I just want to leave you with a few points on everything. Maybe I talked too long, but one, along with the HERD data, the National Center for Science and Engineering Statistics also collects data for the Science and Engineering Indicators Report. That report indicates that Virginia is 13th in the nation for R&D performance, meaning the proportion of R&D activities conducted by state, federal agencies, businesses, universities, and nonprofit organizations compared to other states. So R&D is important to Virginia, and changes in federal R&D funding and policies will have ripple effects on the entire state and the Virginia public and land-grant universities. Two, Virginia public universities are already dealing with grant cancellations, and there's really no clarity at this point or way to gauge what the full cost of those cuts will be. Three, an F&A rate of 15% would be devastating to the current structure of university-based research, which is really the envy of the world and a major driver of our U.S. economy. And, finally, I do want to try to end on a positive note. The public and land-grant universities, including those in Virginia, take their mission to serve our nation and the public very seriously, and we endeavor to do so in a nonpartisan manner. President Trump recently outlined some important priorities for the newly confirmed director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy. He said, how can the United States secure its position as the unrivaled world leader in critical and emerging technologies, such as artificial intelligence, quantum information science, nuclear technology? How can we revitalize American science and technology enterprise, pursuing truth, reducing administrative burdens, and empowering researchers to achieve groundbreaking discoveries? And three, how can we ensure the scientific progress and technological innovation fuel economic growth and better the lives of all Americans? APLU and our members certainly hope we have the opportunity in the future to work with the current administration on these goals, but we need more clarity than is currently available about their plans. So I look forward to your questions.
Great. Thank you very much. Really appreciate the presentation. Appreciate going into that specific issue because I don't know that a lot of people know what the heck F&A are. Delegate Simon, when you said did not know he does, but it is one of these changes in policies, that has huge ripple effects. And so it's important for us to be able to understand that. Any members of the committee have any questions? Delegate Anthony and then Delegate Thomas.
Yes, so thank you very much for this presentation and going quite in depth the impact of R&D research funding reductions. It's and especially the graphics that you've given us that says all the direct and indirect costs associated with these types of grants. Having been a principal and a co-PI on several NSF grants, so we know the impact of this. It's not just about um, labs and equipment. It's about student success. It's about faculty stability and tenure. It's about academic information and freedom that fuels not just the graduate programs, which happens to be sometimes the bread and butter of some of our institutions, but it also filters down to undergraduate research, the wraparound services of student academic supports and advising. And of course, that ends up raising tuition costs. And so there is multiple effects to all of this. And of course, we talked about in the very beginning, what stuck out to me was a lot of our federal workers are highly educated, highly skilled. Where did they get that from? They got that from these programs, from our higher education institutions, which we have some of the best in the country here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. The education is at the very core of what we do. And so if there's going to be any type of reductions, it's going to, kind of crumble our very core of our footprint here in Virginia and what we need to do in order to support the citizens of the Commonwealth. So I really appreciate it. I just wanted to add that emphasis to your already great presentation. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, I would say it is unfortunate. I think the NIH canceled all of their summer internships for both undergraduate and graduate students. So at least one institution I know in Virginia had a program to bring high school students into research labs that was canceled. So there's certainly a lot of ripple effects throughout the whole education continuum. And we didn't even talk, it wasn't part of my presentation, but we didn't even talk about the potential impacts on student aid, of the student reconciliation and all of those things. So public universities are really facing a lot of crises all at the same time.
Thank you. Delegate Thomas. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a two-part question, if it's all right. So similar to the chairman, I also represent part of George Mason University. I represent the technology campus where great innovative things are happening from federal grants, like a very affordable vaccine for Lyme disease, which affects lots of Virginians every year. The first question I think is relatively simple. I just want to make sure I understand. So for this FNA 15% drastic cut, I heard you say $109 million. Is that a figure that could then be burdened onto the state budget if we tried to pick up the difference just for the minimal kind of life cycle funding for these grants? Is that correct?
Correct. Universities, if that funding, if FNA was capped at 15%, and it's $193 million loss based on FY24 numbers just for NSF or NIH, universities will have to figure out where to get that. So that could be that they will come to you. They, all the ways in which universities may look for other funding, but I would assume many may come to the state legislature for more funding. Yes.
I appreciate that. So it's $193 million. And so I guess the next question is, do you know if your member universities have begun what I would call a very frustrating process that the federal government has put us in this situation of triaging, ordering all those programs by which is more financially efficient to mothball and which is more financially efficient to have the state pick up, keep on kind of a shoestring, because it's actually cheaper to do that than mothball it and try and pull it back after we get out of whatever this next year's is going to be. Do you know if that process has started?
Yeah, I did just want to, I just looked at my notes again. It's $109 million. I would be $273 million if it was applied to all agencies. I think part of the triage that a lot of institutions are doing right now, as I mentioned, every one of the institutions in Virginia, I think, has had at least one canceled grant. Some have 25 canceled grants. So thinking through, are these grants, are these things that we can continue or should continue? What is the ROI on, figuring out how to move forward? I think on the question of FNA for right now, there is a federal stay, permanent injunction. I think that our association, along with several other associations in Washington and elsewhere, are looking at, are there alternative proposals that we could offer? Is there a compromise here? So we're thinking through that. But I think you are right that each individual institution, if this was to come into play, they really need to think about what are our priorities as an institution and what are the things that we really want to continue and what are the things that we may have to cut because there will have to be cuts with that low kind of rate for these activities.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Thank you. And I guess just to kind of follow what Delegate Thomas is saying, we kind of got three key decision points, right? To move forward. So either our institutions of higher education will have to come to us to back some of that money. They could raise tuition, so affect affordability and accessibility, or they could decide to cut back or eliminate the research. So it seems to me like there's kind of three paths forward. One last question. I know we want to get to our last presenter. Curious in terms of how this affects the economy, because I know that one of the benefits of research at universities, there's also a commercialization component. So have you looked at that at all with respect to if you were to lose some of these research programs, what that would do to outside of the university with respect to commercialization, actually making a profit on some of these innovations that are coming out of our universities?
Yeah, I don't have a specific figure for you there. I think I've seen economic, it's very difficult. So I've seen a lot of different studies that sort of indicate that $1 of R&D funding can result in anywhere between $4 or $5 in economic gains. But I haven't seen it in reverse, right? Like if you lose the $1, how much loss would you have on the economic side? But, that's the $4 to $5 range is what I've seen in a lot of studies of $1 of R&D equals economic activity.
Great, thank you very much for your presentation. Last major presenter for the afternoon. Really pleased to have Dr. Ann Kress here. She's president of the Northern Virginia Community College to talk about their Nova Next partnership. And so I know we are trying to hit on positive points, but I know a number of our public institutions have really stepped up to the plate with regard to how to navigate the challenges that have been outlined here. And this is, I think, a particularly good one, in that they've taken the lead on a lot of the regional response, particularly with workforce development and retraining. So I wanted to give her an opportunity to talk a little bit about what they're doing and how this might be replicated across other parts of the Commonwealth. So welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair Bova. Thank you, everyone, for your attention to this incredibly important issue for Northern Virginia and for all of Virginia. And also thank you for the invitation to talk a little bit about Nova Next. This is, I think, a potential solution, and I want to acknowledge Vice Chancellor Ellen Davenport from BCCS who's here, because this will leverage a program that already exists inside BCCS. So this is our rapid response, right? This isn't the solution, but it is part of the solution. All right. So NOVA is a large institution. We have 6 campuses. We serve more than 70,000 students. We are the region's largest provider of talent, which is one of the reasons why we thought we should step up here. We are the region's community college, right? And we take that very, very seriously. But we also know that some of the folks who might be facing dislocation right now probably came through NOVA. Maybe went from NOVA to Mason and beyond. So we also thought this was a wonderful way to give back to individuals who have given so much to NOVA. So the DMV has traditionally struggled to fill openings, right? When we began this program, we looked at what was out there, and I think this is one of the things that the Commonwealth is talking about. Across Northern Virginia, we saw that there were about 45,000 openings, right? So we quickly realized that with some skills, either reskilling, upskilling, cross-skilling, that we would have individuals who might be dislocated from their current employment who could move into some of these positions, right? So we wanted to also jump in as quickly as possible so that we could help prevent any out-migration. Right? If you look at economic studies, there'll be a lot of talk about scarring when disruptions like this occur. And it's because there are memories about what happened when somebody lost their position and maybe had to migrate away. And then regaining that talent is so difficult once individuals have decided this is not going to be an opportunity for them. So we really wanted to respond as rapidly as possible. So we designed this program, Nova Next, and NEXT stands for the New Employment Exploration and Transition Program. We were able to identify internally $1 million that we could provide as funding to support this program for individuals who are dislocated either from the federal civilian workforce or from their government contracting jobs. We believe that with that $1 million, combining with the existing Fast Forward program, which I'll talk about in a minute, that we can serve about 1,000 individuals. Right? When we look at who has contacted us right now, so this program's been in existence for a little bit more than 2 weeks. So I just want to put that out there. We've already had, and I want to get the number right, it's about 680 individuals reach out to us. Of those 689 individuals, there are more than 600 who actually qualify. The base qualification is that you lost your job due to dislocation from federal civilian government contracting as of February 1st, right? So we are partnering with the Workforce Investment Boards to credential those individuals to make sure that they do qualify for this program. Of the 600 odd individuals who have qualified, we've had 234 distinct applications for the program, and 206 of those have been approved thus far. We've had 88 people enrolled, and again, I want to put a timeline around this. This is in 2 weeks, right? We've had 88 individuals enrolled, and where we see these individuals coming from, and I think it goes to somebody earlier talked about the specialized skill sets that some folks might be bringing from the federal government that would have a more difficult time finding a home in private industry. The number one agency that we're seeing applicants from is USAID. Right? So those are very specific skill sets that don't immediately have a cognate in the private economy. So what Nova Next does is leverage the existing Fast Forward program in the Commonwealth of Virginia that's been generously supported by the General Assembly. And it also leverages Nova's facility and labor market information and our employer partnerships. Right? And what we're providing in addition to the Fast Forward program is career coaching. We recognize, and I think this has come up several times already today, that there are individuals who never thought that they would be looking for a job right now, haven't looked for a job in some cases in decades. So there is that career coaching that's necessary. Everything from what does a resume look like when you're migrating from the federal sector to the private sector? How do you prepare a resume in 2025? How do you build a strong LinkedIn profile? How do you connect with employers? And as we've already heard, I mean, there's a sense of mourning and loss that occurs. How do you take that first step? Right? And that can be deeply challenging for individuals who never thought that they would be losing their job. Right? So one of the things that we also connect individuals to, and this has come up a few times today, once they become part of Nova Next, is our holistic supports. So that is everything from telemental health counseling to career clothes closets to our partnership with the Capital Area Food Bank in terms of our food pantries, to advising for academic purposes as well. So becoming part of Nova, regardless of if you're in a workforce program or a credit program, you are part of Nova, and you qualify for a whole complement of supports that you might not otherwise have if you were on the outside of this program. So we think there is a huge opportunity when you look at the system, the BCCS, the 23 community colleges, to scale something like this across the Commonwealth, to supersize it, to really address the needs of the dislocation across all of Virginia.
So our CAM partners in this region are our two career work centers, so our workforce investment boards. And this is often where individuals, when they lose their job, will turn to first. So as I mentioned, they're qualifying these dislocated workers to become part of Nova Next. We're also partnering with the chamber, the Northern Virginia Chamber, and I think we heard from their carrier earlier today, because we're looking for that employer partnership, and I'll talk about why in a second. Also partnering with the Capital Area Food Bank, and we've got a number of folks who are on the sidelines who really want to come out and be helpful in terms of reviewing resumes, working with folks on interviewing skills, right? So obviously to supersize this, there will be some funding that's required, but there also needs to be a community that's coming around and saying, we can help connect you to what's next for you. So I just wanted to go in really quickly on Fast Forward because this is the program that we're leveraging. I think everyone knows that Fast Forward is unique in the United States. It is a Virginia homegrown program that connects individuals to industry recognized credentials that have marketplace value within the regions that they live. Right, so you're not talking about someone who needs to take this course in Northern Virginia and pick up and move to Norfolk. This is going to have marketplace value right here at home. These are also short-term programs, so you're talking anywhere from 4 weeks to 12 weeks. So again, we're speaking about individuals who don't have 2 years, who don't have 4 years to re-credential themselves for that next opportunity. This is a very fast-paced opportunity. It is specifically designed for skilling, reskilling, and cross-skilling. And there are documented wage gains for the individuals who receive these credentials. It's part of what guarantees funding for the program going forward. So the State Council on Higher Education for Virginia regularly looks through the wage gains for everyone who completes a Fast Forward certification and can validate that that's there. So NOVA is able to leverage an existing documented successful program to say to individuals who might be looking for that next opportunity, this will be a credential that will help you set yourself apart or maybe help you understand what your next pathway could be. It's attainable in a very short order, and we will help scholarship that third that a student typically pays, because it's usually 2/3 state, 1/3 student. We know that these dislocated workers are not going to be able to come up with these funds out of pocket, but we also know that they probably, because of past learnings, would not qualify for state aid, and they probably have exhausted federal financial aid. So we want to come in there with those scholarship dollars. So we are looking at about 11 different program offerings through Fast Forward. This is in front of you. You can see that they are largely in IT, including AI, also human resources. We also have project management with a Google certification. And then we also have a complement of entrepreneurial boot camp skills, because we know that some individuals might think that maybe their next chapter is to start their own consultancy firm or their own business, with the knowledge that they have gained through an incredible career. So what we know is, in addition to those certifications, right, dislocated federal workers and government contractors are going to need career coaching. What do I do next? Where do I start? We know that they're going to need an understanding of how their existing skills map to employment opportunities that might be out there. Right? If you've been in the federal workforce for quite some time, we've got a great series of GS sort of advancements, but if you were to hand that to somebody in the private sector, they will kind of look at you and say, I don't know what to do with this. This doesn't look like what we hire off of. So we need to help folks understand how are the skills that they've earned over an incredible career going to be articulated and then shared with others when they're on their job search. So that is help with resume review and prep. How you turn this to that. Those translations are critical. And then help with interview skills. Right? These are individuals who never thought that they would be out there interviewing again and maybe haven't interviewed in some time. So we're offering a series of virtual workshops, including workshops in interview techniques, resume writing, how to use AI in the workplace. What's interesting to us is of everyone who has contacted NOVA so far about NOVA Next, close to 80% of them have indicated that they're going to need access to career coaching to take that next step. right? So this is about much more than just skills. It is around setting that playing field so that someone has a realistic chance of being successful as they move forward. And this is really where employer partners can come in, right? We have the information. We are very data driven at Nova on labor market intelligence, where those jobs are. But what we need is individuals who are employers aren't going to sit across from, let's say, one press and say, I'm hiring, I'm going to interview you now. But instead, sit across from Anne and say, let's look at your resume. Let's see how you can be better prepared to apply for the jobs that are out there. Or Anne, tell me a little bit about yourself. Let's do some interview prep here. Right? So we have a volunteer platform that we've been rolling out where businesses can help us by having some of their folks volunteer to work with those who are dislocated. So those contacts are there. Right there. If you want to connect, if you have questions, very simple, next@nvcc.edu. If you want to look at the information website on NovaNext, there's a QR code you can scan. And if you want to volunteer, our volunteer platform is at nvcc.edu/next. And you can just fill in some information and we'll be contacting you. And again, remember, this isn't about raising your hand and saying, I'm ready to hire 100 people. It's, I'm ready to help maybe 3 people prepare for their next step. So one other thing I'll throw out there as you're thinking about potential solutions to what we're seeing right now, and I go back to HHS, USAID, you've got a lot of folks who are incredibly mission driven. They're doing their work and they've done their work because they care so much about the impact of that work. What we know as a Commonwealth is that we have an incredible shortage of another kind of those workers, and they're teachers. Right? In Virginia, you can become a provisional teacher with just a bachelor's degree, but you're going to need 6 courses to become a full-fledged teacher. Community colleges offer 3 of those courses. Many of the universities that you've heard about also offer 3 of those courses. I think this is an incredible opportunity across the Commonwealth to leverage this dedicated workforce who might want to give back to the Commonwealth in a very different way, begin a very different career pathway by building out a teacher corps, by leveraging the strengths of the education programs at Virginia's community colleges and Virginia's exemplary universities. So I just wanted to put that out there as well. And happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Press. Do we have questions from the committee members? Delegate Thomas and Delegate Anthony and Delegate Phoenix. Thank you for indulging me, Mr. Chairman. I know I'm asking a lot of questions today. So we have some education appropriators in the room, and so we'd just love to ask a quick question. So as we make difficult decisions going forward, can you give us the cost breakdown per participant for the NovaNext program? Do you have that information?
Sure. So I'm going to do buzz cut sort of numbers, not those scalpel numbers, but if you think about it, we think we can serve about 1,000 individuals with $1 million, right? So that's about $1,000 a person. So that's going to leverage against 2 times as much from the state. So if you think about those programs, right? So Steve, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's going to take about $3,000 per student. So if you think about scale, Fast Forward is an incredible program. I just want to thank you for that, period. But it is so popular that we run out of Fast Forward dollars every single session. So you're really talking about probably 2x to 3x the contribution that the state's providing into Fast Forward. And then the other thing I would put out there is that there is a way for individuals to qualify for financial aid that would cover their third, but realistically, you're talking about individuals who would not be able to document that they didn't have income prior to this year, right? So it's the classic challenge with financial aid that unless somebody has had lower income for a longer period of time, it's going to look like, wait a minute, last year you earned $80,000. You're not going to qualify for this. So you're going to want to think about a financial aid path as well.
Mr. Chairman, I guess what was the cost of the state per pupil?
Oh, so that would be the 2,000.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Don't get into it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, President, for Nova stepping in and trying to bridge the gap. I'm very concerned still about what the reality on the ground is, especially when we have, again, this highly skilled, highly specialized folks. I saw the list of credential or certifications that folks can earn. A lot of folks who are coming out of the federal workforce already have earned either their PMP or the CompTIA certification as well. I'm just worried about, when you're talking about, is there room for upskill, or if you're talking about reskilling, that means a complete career switch. And then just kind of, what are some of like the top occupations that you're seeing that have been accepted into the program, and how are you helping with career services as far as making sure that you all align the match up between their experiences and then what you offer, so that they can get back out into the workforce.
No, thank you for the question. I think you're absolutely right. I mean, one of the things we've been thinking about is that if you look at, let's say, a pool of 100 people who have lost their jobs either in contracting or federal civilian workforce, take that top third, and they would probably have absolutely no challenges migrating from one to the other, right? From government to private. You're going to have a middle third that maybe just needs some career services. How do I translate what my experience is in the federal workforce to what a job rec is going to be on the outside? How do I use the right language? How do I frame my skill sets in the right way? How do I prepare for an interview? Maybe I haven't had an interview in years. How do I build that confidence? That's the career coaching. So you might never even need a fast forward certification, but you do need somebody who can help you, right? And that's really where that platform of volunteers comes in. And then you're going to have some folks who, might struggle in finding a foothold in the current economy because they might not have the right set of credentials. And that's where the Fast Forward program is going to come in helpful for them. Again, if you're talking about somebody who needs to do a complete career 180, this is not, as I mentioned at the very top, this is not the solution. It is part of a solution. And for a number of individuals who might not be at that top tier, they're not the scientists, they're not the doctors who are leaving the VA, they might be clerical staff, right? They might be office managers. And what they've used, quite frankly, in technology in the federal government might not look anything like what they're going to encounter in the private sector. So we want to help them gain those skill sets.
Delegate Higgins and Delegate Witt. Things. So when we're looking at the Fast Forward program, is it specific to just NEWA?
Oh, no. It's across the entire Virginia community college system. All 23 colleges offer it. And it is a little different in every single region because one of the requirements of the Fast Forward program is that the credentials map to openings in that region. So all of us are very adept in the community colleges to understanding where those job openings are. So for example, on our list, you're going to see a lot of IT, you're going to see some project management, you're going to see some human resources, because when we look out in the job postings, that's what we still see there, right? So if we were in Southwest Virginia, that list would look different.
So just to clarify, so the program naming is the same across the community colleges, it's kind of the same. Thank you.
Yeah.
Delegate Will. Thank you. And I'd simply say I appreciate what you've done. This is exciting. And I would also say it's amazing to me how it's been a large part of years what the state of Virginia is already developed and been doing. So it's a great opportunity for our citizens. I know we're concerned about our citizens that have lost jobs and maybe potentially we could be coming down the road, but we've got good solutions. And, I appreciate what the state's done. I appreciate what you've done. We've heard earlier today, there's opportunity. And so I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I guess, Dr. Kress, I'm going to ask two questions. It's going to be a tougher one. One's going to be an easy one. You decide which one it is.
Okay.
I guess the first one is maybe the tougher one, which is, I guess, building off what my colleague said. We're grateful that you step up to the plate. It's a great program. Where do you see, though, the biggest gap that you are not able to address through this program? So as we're looking at the universe of where we need to be focusing our efforts, where is the gap that you're just not suited to be able to fill that gap, and what is that?
Sure. So one of the things and we've had conversations with a number of sort of private sector companies. One of the issues we're facing is that, again, individuals have very, very long careers in federal government contracting. It's how do you articulate the skill sets that they have gained through those careers, almost again like a translation, that then can be mapped more readily to private sector jobs, right? Doing that sort of mining of here's my experience, I'm going to elevate now these 6 critical skill sets that directly align with this, because just looking at, for example, if you were in USAID and your degree was in international relations, that's not going to immediately map to a job opening, and so it's going to be very easy for an employer to just screen you out. Right? To say, oh, it doesn't fit into this box. But instead, if we can take that degree and then layer on top all of the skills that you might have gained through the work that you did that is not captured there, and that your work in the federal government hasn't necessarily provided you with the language that it has a cognate in the private sector. That I think is going to be critical, because quite honestly, we've got a lot of folks walking out of federal government jobs right now, not of their own accord, who have done such amazing work, but the way that they have spoken about it and communicated about it within the federal government doesn't relate to the private sector. I'll just, the APLU, think about, the whole education that everyone just got in direct costs, right? If you're in higher education, you know that stuff like the back of your hand, but it is a completely different language. And so it is almost that language translation between one sector to another that I think we're going to need some help with in terms of drilling down on those skills. And we don't have the capacity ourselves to do it.
And I guess the final question, maybe this is ripping a little bit off what Delegate Thomas was asking, and so it's, again, I think it's impressive how fast you've been able to ramp this particular effort up. I imagine each region would be a little bit different. I think you said this in terms of how they're going to approach that, but there are other regions, Hampton Roads. I think some of our earlier statistics showed the Winchester area has a good number of federal employees. For Delegate Bloxham's area, at least for sure, we certainly do. If we were to ask you, how much would it cost to ramp up an appropriate statewide program, and how long would that take?
So my honest answer would be that we'll get back to you.
Okay.
Because I think one of the ways that we were able to bring this out so quickly is it leverages a program that you're already paying for, Fast Forward. So it is really, like I said, just 2xing, 3xing the funding for that, even on a temporary basis, to recognize that you're using it to address it as this committee is designated an emergency situation. So there's that. And then we were able at NOVA to identify that $1 million. It will take more than $1 million if you think about the fact that we've had more than 600 qualified applicants already contact us in the first 2 weeks. So there needs to be some state support of that financial aid aspect. G3 exists, for example, which is what most of our students who buy down the cost of their third Fast Forward use. But G3 has a ceiling of 400% poverty level, which some of these individuals are going to exceed because they were in really well-paying jobs, but the challenge is that job doesn't exist anymore, and their revenue and their income doesn't exist anymore. And referencing the earlier conversation about what UI is, for some of these individuals, what they're getting from unemployment insurance might be a tenth of what they were taking home in pay, so they cannot come up with the money to begin any education program.
Very good. Thank you very much for your presentation. The last item on our agenda, and recognizing that we're fast running out of time, is our member roundtable. One of the things that I had mentioned at the beginning of our meeting today is that we really do value that public comment, public input, because it gives us information from which we can go ahead and make actionable items out of. We already have received a good deal of feedback. And so what we wanted to do in terms of kind of teeing up this member roundtable
David Reynolds, our House Appropriations staff, has put together a very brief slide presentation just to be able to show you kind of what buckets or issue areas we're hearing that we might want to focus on with respect to findings and recommendations. And so once David does that, similar to our first meeting, we don't have to belabor it too long, but what I'd like is for each member to provide a little bit of feedback with respect to what have you seen that has resonated, what do you think is important for us to be able to hit on, and is there additional data or information that we need or should hear in order to be able to come up with those actionable ideas. But thank you, David, for tracking all this and trying to distill it down to a couple of slides. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the committee, reading the body language, I will try to move through this quickly. It's been a long day. So as Delegate Bilba said, really a focus by him, Kim and myself, as well as several members who forwarded information along. The goal within each meeting is to capture as many policy ideas as possible from members, presenters, and the public through presentations as well as written comments in order to identify potential actions by the General Assembly for the next year in response to some of the federal actions. With that in mind, on the next couple of slides, while not exhaustive, we've laid out some categories of specific policy ideas that have been received so far in the hopes of getting your thoughts and feedback on what's important on the slides, as well as what's not on the slides that you think should be. And for members at the audience today, as well as those watching online, you will be able to submit a written comment of your own prior to each meeting of the committee on its website, which is listed at the bottom of this page. So far, there are several categories of potential focus areas for the committee going forward, most of which sort of thematically are directly related to potential and actual job losses. These include potential changes to unemployment insurance benefits. So we've heard ideas related to weekly benefits levels, the duration of the benefits, as well as employment category eligibility for UI. So the debate over potentially including 1099 employees. There have been several ideas related to the hiring of displaced federal workers. So possibilities discussed have included preferences for hiring within state government jobs as well as local government jobs, additional hosting of job fairs or other opportunities to link up displaced federal workers with potential employers, and then more directly, providing tax credits or other incentives for employers to hire displaced federal workers. There have been a number of ideas floated related to potential changes to the Landlord-Tenant Act, such as the ability of tenants to break leases due to federal employment. There has been a suggestion to explore options to expand the ability of federal workers to access the Virginia Health Exchange. And then finally, there's been a number of ideas related to workforce training, some of which has been touched on today. So the expansion of workforce training programs for the state, as well as several approaches to strengthening local workforce investment boards. And then we also, to the extent we had the ability beforehand, tried to list some recommendations that were covered by today's presenters. So touching on the Fast Forward program, internships and career coaching, utility rental and mortgage relief for displaced workers,
as well as strengthening R&D and commercialization efforts for targeted industries in the state.
All right, thank you very much for collecting that. I think that's such a helpful stage. And of course, during today's meeting, I think we've got a lot of really good ideas to be able to consider. I'm going to start with Delegate Simon for the roundtable.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I would take some notes down. There's a couple of themes that emerge, I think, throughout. I guess the first one is that to some extent, we can sort of stop quibbling a little bit about how big a deal this is. We just all agree this is a big deal. We need to deal with it, right? I think that there was, again, whether the unemployment claims are astronomical or just very high isn't necessarily a useful discussion at this point, right? I think that we can sort of agree that this is a big deal. Hopefully we can. And then everyone prepare for it as if it is. The other theme that sort of kept coming up a lot, the mental health aspect of this. And I know that, I think the last meeting sort of analogized, this feels like we're sort of talking about a natural disaster response. And frankly, a lot of times with natural disaster response is another thing. There is a sort of acute mental health aspect to that, or maybe, so I don't know what the state's role would be in providing some acute mental health services or counseling, or again, people talk about the loss of your job and your real life, all this almost like a grieving process. So is there a way to provide some mental health services? Again, we heard it from Chairman Fairfax, we heard it from the union folks. I think a number of people mentioned the mental health piece of it. So I think that's an aspect of it. Just for a little finer point on some of the things that potentially we can focus on, in the Landlord-Tenant Act, one solution is allowing people to break their leases. I think during the COVID pandemic, and also we have made accommodations for these very short-term government shutdowns. Maybe something more like some sort of rental assistance program for folks that are affected in the near term. So we're not just telling the landlords, who also probably suffering from the whole overall economic downturn. They've got to suck it up for these federal employees, but maybe we provide some sort of assistance like we did so that everybody can be made whole. We can prevent homelessness and loss of housing opportunities. And then we can also probably do the same thing on the mortgage end of things. I know we've made accommodations for folks that they're late with mortgage payments and delaying the foreclosure process. Again, during times of government shutdowns and other sort of acute emergencies. Can we at least for the short term do that? Then I think so those are some short-term things. I think we also need to start thinking in terms of short-term solutions or action items that we need to be able to deal with, but also longer term. I think unlike the pandemic, which I don't know that we all expected the last 3 or 4 years, 14 days just a little bit. So let's do that to the longer. We knew that it was eventually going to depress. I think this is a major realignment for the region, for the area. So I think we need to be thinking also about some of the solutions we heard. Some people talk about from the chamber, from community colleges, and others about re-envisioning our economy, in a way that makes us less vulnerable to changes in federal government workforce things, so that we are more diverse. I mean, we've been talking about since the Clinton administration, right? How IT, AI, whatever the internet, right? When we are in fact a data center hub, we in many ways became, at least on the East Coast, a hub for internet traffic. That was in response to being, at the time, believing we were too dependent on the federal government. So, are there other opportunities like that? So, look at some of the short-term things, some of the long-term things. I think hopefully we can sort of go with the idea this is no big deal. This is just going to pass in a couple of weeks, months. So this is something that we really need to take seriously.
Thank you. Delegate Watts.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. 3 things. One, I would just underscore what I had said earlier. I think we are now, having looked at where federal jobs are and where federal employees live, that material from here on out will always be on where federal employees live, since that is our budgetary obligation as well as our revenue source, except for very few exceptions that might exist as far as a spin-off economy in a very specific way. The 2 areas that I would very much like to spend more time on is all about Medicaid. The more that we know about Medicaid, the sooner that we know the ripple effect That's where I see the biggest impact on our budgetary issues. And then the third thing is that I would like to have the Department of Taxation directly involved in our efforts, giving us as much information, tracking it. I know they're always reluctant. They want the quarterly, they want it the way it's always been. But we need to be tracking exactly what we are getting as far as estimated tax payments as well as payroll deductions so that we have a better idea of exactly where this is, what income levels this is occurring at, what regions this is occurring at. And then sort of a postscript on that is I really want to be very sure of the calendar that we may have to deal with as far as federal tax reform so that we are very much aware of what fiscal year that's going to affect in our budgeting as well as the General Assembly action when it will have to be taken to deal with whatever's done at the federal level.
Great. Thank you. Delegate Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that we have so many things to touch on, and we've already heard about the ripple effects, the social economic effects of everything that's going to happen with the federal workforce reduction and, of course, federal funding reduction. I do appreciate Fairfax County's list table of recommendations. One thing that stood out for me was the support of community-based organizations. I think we need to take a look at how we do pass-through funding, and really that is pretty much outlined in the Virginia Constitution. So I think that language is a little outdated. Even when if we decide we're going to set up a stabilization fund or state level ARPA, so to speak, we really need to look at the accountability and how we do pass through funding. I know that we're going to touch on some other issues that we touched on higher ed. I know I'm particularly interested as well in K through 12. And as we go throughout the Commonwealth in our meetings, we're also going to be looking at infrastructure. So thinking about the impacts to transportation and the movement of people and that infrastructure is going to be very key and vital as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Delegate Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think today we've heard from different people that the concentration is about the loss of jobs. But I think it's going to really impact the Commonwealth of Virginia that it's not just the loss of jobs, but the services that those jobs provide as well. And I believe our next meeting, as we head down to Southwest Virginia, I'm very much interested in how Southwest Virginia and the rural parts of our Commonwealth are going to be impacted. Because I think a lot of people think that everything's going to happen in Northern Virginia because that's closest to D.C. But we have government contractors in Southwest Virginia. We have federal jobs in Southwest Virginia. So as we prepare to head down there next month, I'm very much interested to see how that part of the state is going to be impacted and how that will impact on our economy as well. And so I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Delegate Thomas. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this team has been in partnership. Virginia has a lot of different localities, Hampton Roads, that partner together. So on that theme, the first thing I think I'd like to see between this meeting and the next or next two meetings is certainly a request of Fairfax and DRC, which is for data on the aggregation of data so localities and other parts of the Commonwealth can use that, whether it's job loss or projections or items like that, and maybe what funding might be needed to go into that. Second point is tangential to what Delegate Watts mentioned, and that is taxes. But perhaps looking at if we need to engage in some type of tax relief program, not just for individuals, but certain industries that might be negatively affected, the hospitality brief that we got, given that taxes account for so much of the overhead for some of our industries here in the Commonwealth. And then finally, I do think it would probably be prudent to go ahead and request our public universities to go ahead and engage in the unpleasant process of triaging their grants that might get lost into what would be most financially efficient to retain and what we would have to live without for a short time period. I think it would probably be very helpful and prudent for the committee to consider. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. Delegate Higgins. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So our office sends out a form, almost bi-weekly to our constituents, asking if they've been affected by the effects. And we're currently working on cases because we're having constituents, some of them, our constituents, they happen to be above our email. We send those over to
our colleagues. One of the things I found out though from starting this is that we've learned that our job board system is extremely fragmented. For example, the governor is asking individuals to go to the state website, saying, look at your locality. Like you go into the Virginia Jobs website, Virginia Beach, it says there's 50 jobs available in Virginia Beach. But if you go to the Virginia Beach website, there's 124 jobs available at the federal locality. And then if you go to Norfolk, Portsmouth, within Hampton Roads area, there's 7+ job boards between each individual locality and the downtown state. I say that to say is that, we have to get a better job of trying to figure out, these positions, because what I'm seeing is that there's potentially positions available for individuals, but we're saying, go to the back of the line. And these are individuals that could probably be directly hired into these positions. These individuals shouldn't have to wait months for positions. They're already hurting. But we have to come up with a better way instead of just saying just apply, get your resume submitted, and then wait. And so hopefully we come up with better ways to make sure that we're actually, doing the best we can to fill some of these positions, especially at the state and locality level, when they can actually directly start working out. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair Box. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I harken back to a comment my daughter's made to me one time is that I ought to have been a harsh equalizer because I had no feelings. Well, I do. I say that jokingly, but I think we're really missing. We have to have facts in the room. We have to know if our revenues are dropping. The main point of this commission is to see how this affects our budget. And without knowing the revenues coming, if they are dropping, if all the, prognostics, everything we've heard today should be affecting your tax receipts. So we need to see that. We also need to have VEC in the room. We heard a lot of different, love the administration or hate them. We're all in this together. And we really need them in the room to verify what they're seeing on the state level. It's good to see on the regional level, but I really think we need input from the administration here. So I think I'm hoping that the next couple of meetings we can at least get reports, at the very least, state tax department, so we know what our revenues are doing, and then we can adjust. I mean, the governor adjusted the budget and he sent it back to us, and he reduced $300 billion to put it into a rainy day fund. We rejected it and sent it back to him. I don't know if that was prudent or not. Time will tell. So with that, I'll pass it on to my colleagues. Thank you. Good. Thank you. Delegate Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was thinking the same thing regarding having tax in the room, and I actually wrote down I'd love to have Virginia Works in the room, as I know they were mentioned a lot of times in here. I know how important they are to speak in the room. Thank you, Rainer. Literally, I wrote your name down like so many times, and some of the comments that were said today, just I'm like, I wonder how this affects Virginia Works, what Virginia Works is doing, because I know they're so important to my locality and do good work. I will just like to say one of the things I was most excited about today, actually, was Dr. Kress. I was really interested in hearing yours because in my area, something that's very important, and you said it, and that's what I was thinking was we have a couple of community colleges that do Teachers for Tomorrow program, and those are the kind of things that I was really interested in. I love the Teachers for Tomorrow's program. That's something that even if you don't live in the county I live, you can tag up with an online program away. So I just was even thinking about that as we go to Southwest next and utilizing even online programs in order to make sure that we are getting folks that want to teach and want to have this employment job, which are so important to us. CTE teacher credentials, I think, and it's a wealth of opportunity there. I know as an employer, I've tried to find people to get jobs, and I've been there during labor shortages and not able to hire people, and that's really tough. And now I put out a job application and I get sick, so just making sure to that point that we're tagging in credentials properly, because we have so many great opportunities. If we can fill those in education, that would be amazing. So thank you for your presentation as well.
Thank you, Delegate Wilson. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, some of the same thoughts that I've already heard expressed here. I do want to, I think it's interesting to look back over over the last several years of Governor Youngkin's administration. His commitment to workforce development, economic development in the state as a whole, and who knew how valuable that was as it is today, the opportunities that we have. I was a little bit disappointed, I got to be honest. It's a good presentation overall today, but it started out pretty doom and gloom, a lot of supposition. I think we heard the folks say, well, what if, possibly, maybe, could be, but it got better, Mr. Chairman, in my opinion, as the day went on, because there was hope. There was vision shared by the presenters that, Virginia, we're resilient. We pick ourselves up by our bootstraps. We have citizens that are hurting, and we're gonna dig down. We're gonna dig deep. We're gonna help those folks. And there's just a myriad of opportunities. The state has jobs available. Okay, that's not every job that is going to suit every single person. Okay, so but we got a lot of jobs that there can be a good fit. We have opportunities for training, skilling, and cross-skilling, and that was good. That was good. Yeah, we're resilient. We're flexible. We're going to do.
I think you win today, Dr. Krause.
Yeah, and that's exciting. That's so yeah. I appreciate some of the other comments. It's we're gonna quit keeping saying on each other, and we're going to move forward and get some solid answer for our citizens. Thank you, Delegate Campbell.
Well, one of the benefits of going last, Mr. Chairman, is that everybody has already covered pretty much everything that I've written down. But two things that I just want to, Hillary really stole a good bit of my thunder, but I would like to also thank you for the information that you've provided us with what Nova Next is doing. And I think that figuring out a way that we can really leverage that Fast Forward program might be something that is a great takeaway. Again, with the teacher shortage, I loved what you brought to us about thinking how somebody who might be working at USAID is very mission driven, and that might be someone that we could put in that discussion. So, excuse me. So I really appreciated that. But I would like to just end it on saying something, and I hope that I can speak on behalf of all my colleagues, and I know that I do. This is very serious, and we all take it very seriously. And we know that we don't have all the answers. We don't know exactly where it's headed, but I don't think there's anyone here that doesn't take it very seriously. So we're here to work for you. We got a lot of information, and I appreciate the time.
Great. Thank you, Delegate Campbell. And I appreciate your sentiments. And I'll just kind of throw in there, and this is in no particular order, things that concern me, the mobility issue, and so I think we identified those people who can take their skills, they can take them to somewhere else. I hate the loss of that talent. I think we need to figure out a way to address that as well. Unemployment insurance, I think that's an area that we need to pay attention to. I think we've lucked out in some ways, short term, with respect to people who are either early retiring or have some kind of benefit. But again, in Northern Virginia, at least, if you translate that $378 per week and annualize it, it's less than $20,000 per year, and that's unsustainable with respect to any appreciable period of time. I think we can use this as an area for pivoting for economic development. I know the conversation about BEDP and some of those large sites. We've long had a problem here in Northern Virginia where our office infrastructure has been hemorrhaging, and I think the number out there was about a 30% vacancy rate. I don't see that changing, but it's really, really expensive to be able to repurpose, clear, or consolidate parcels to make them attractive for redevelopment. So I think that's something that we need to look at with respect to our urban and suburban areas. The federal timing of those budget impacts, I think we're going to have to pay really close attention to those things because right now when you're talking about $880 billion, it's almost too big to really get your arms around in terms of potential impact to Virginia, but we're going to know that pretty soon. And so we're going to have to pay close attention to that. And then ending on a positive note, really love the idea of what we're doing up here with the community college and being able to expand that. Anytime you can take an existing infrastructure and ramp it up quickly, I think we all wind up being winners. So I appreciate that very much. Wanted to end just with respect to delegates.
Real quick, the risk profile is up to the I just want to say before we fall too in love with the idea of turning everybody into teachers, we need to start paying them a lot better if we'll be able to afford a mortgage payment here in Northern Virginia. I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Delegate Simon. All right, so just a couple quick notes on future meetings. Again, we anticipate at least 4 on-the-road meetings in order to be able to accomplish our work. And so we've done that with our first meeting here in Northern Virginia. We also wanted to make sure that we were visiting other regions of the state at different perspectives to see different challenges that are out there. So our next meeting will be in the Wytheville area. And so I believe we have the Wytheville Community College set up. So we're really excited to have that facility. And then that one, we're going to get into a bit of a deeper dive with respect to some of our issue areas. So we'll look at some of the rural issues with respect to agriculture, with rural economic development, but we'll also look at health and human services to the points that were made there, as well as potential housing issues. We'll move the next meeting to the Hampton Roads area. And so one of the big themes will be veterans and contractors. So that's a huge driver in that economy. With a deeper dive into K-12 education and transportation. And then we'll bring that back up to either Richmond or the Fredericksburg area, and then we're going to be able to tie that all together. And again, at the end of the day, we want to make sure that we've got actionable findings and recommendations. If you're looking at kind of the schedule for how we're doing that, we're hoping to wrap up that last meeting sometime in July so that we have a report out with those action items. And David's like, well, oh my God, no. Before Labor Day, yes. So before Labor Day, a couple of weeks helps, yes. So, anyways, we are trying to wrap up that work before Labor Day, so that regardless as things start to happen, we're going to get a better sense of what actions need to be taken. But we are prepared both in the short term and the long term. Does any member of the committee have any further comments or questions for the good of the order? If not, thank you very much for your time. Thank you for being here today. The committee shall rise.